fine. They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. It is day 2 of the grand finals right here for the PUBG Mobile National Championship. Of course, my name is DK and I'm joined by none other than Mr. Crowns himself. Crowns, how are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing okay, DK. How are you doing today?
Oh, man, I'm doing absolutely amazing. So excited to see what our teams are going to be doing today. As we know, right, it's going to be day 2, another opportunity, 4 more games for all our respective groups to show us what they've got and who will be those teams to lock in those absolutely insane points. And I mean, yesterday they got off to a pretty strong start. But we are yet to see one of our PMNC, semi-finalist teams actually secure themselves a decent finish and get that winner-winner chicken dinner.
I mean, that's the one thing we've been waiting for since yesterday. You know, we saw 5 games yesterday. We saw a couple of teams come close, at least to the winner chicken dinner, get into second place, third place. But unfortunately, the PMNC semi-finalists not quite able to just put in that final piece of the puzzle that they need to get the winner chicken dinner. And that's something that I'm looking forward to seeing today as we go into the second day of the finals.
Well, of course, having said all of that, right, we'd love to hear what our viewers are thinking. And of course, I mean, what better way to do it than hitting us up on social media? We'll be showing all those links down below the screen momentarily. But of course, as we know, there's Facebook, there's Instagram, there's TikTok. I mean, take your pick. There's even Facebook where you can hit us up. I think I've said that already. But of course, you know, we just need to double down on all these different platforms to see where the teams can secure themselves. But of course, here they are, right? In case you wondered. So we've got the PUBG Mobile Africa side. We've got the MENA side. And that is, of course, on the majority of the platforms. So we just had YouTube. Now we have a bit of that Instagram showing there. Of course, followed up by Facebook. And then TikTok will be right after that one. So be sure to tag us, right? Let us know what your thoughts are. Who do you think is going to be the team to sit at the top of the log at the end of today's matches? And of course, there's going to be quite a bit of excitement that I believe they have in store for us.
Yeah, and you know, one thing that we've been seeing from yesterday was how these teams have been playing. And given the way the teams are playing, I'm pretty sure it would have caught the attention of some of the people that are watching back home. And I'm pretty sure everyone now has who they're probably supporting. So yeah, be sure to hit us up and let us know who you're supporting. In case you missed some of the action yesterday, here are some of the highlights that we saw. And you know, as DK was saying, we were not quite able to see any of those PMNC teams, step up to the board. But I've just got to say, Team GQ. Oh, they were on fire yesterday. 2 winner chicken dinners, highest kill count, highest points. Man, these guys are on something else.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about something else, right, let's take a look at those highlights from yesterday again, just to see what is going on, just to remind our viewers of the beautiful PUBG action we saw. And I mean, this is what makes me so excited about what we could have come through today, right? Because the teams have now had the opportunity to get a good feel as to what they could be receiving out on that battlefield. And of course, just a few snippets coming through out of that. I mean, game 1, surprisingly enough, right, was not as cautious as we would have thought it would be, right? Instead, the teams decided to, get down to business way sooner than we actually anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the teams coming from the PMPL. You know, they came in with so much action and so much force. Like, it was almost like they did not want to give any other person the breathing chance as we saw them go all out. I mean, Blackjack Esports getting started in that first game was just out of this world. And Team GQ doing the same. And then we headed straight into Miramar where we started seeing 90th minute, ride the whole lobby with the huge experience that he had in hand. So yeah, it was pretty much a show of experience and a show of skill yesterday, and which is something that I enjoyed. So today we actually want to see both sides of the coin practice and show us exactly what they're able to do.
Yes, sir. Quite a bit of excitement indeed. But as we know, right, we want that by the bucket loads come today. I mean, even looking at the kind of push that we had come through over on towards Sanok, right? The teams definitely looked to get quite aggressive. But I think it was once we hit the second Miramar, that's where we really started to see a little bit more of that confidence starting to come through from the teams, right? And that's kind of right on point as we were expecting it, right? Those first 3 games, that's where they still look to kind of just iron out a few bumps. But then we jumped up into Erangel, and this is where stuff just got real, right? It just, everybody just went to town. I mean, it took a minute to get into the action, but once it started, right, there wasn't much to stop these teams.
Yeah, and when we got to that final Erangel, it was a matter of everybody knowing that good position they wanted to be as of phase 4, but still worried about the next phase, because at that point that was all there was to worry about. Teams that were very much settled in that phase 4 were not so settled in phase 5, and that's where it started to get really crazy, with that very intense ending that we had, seeing Brute Force not win the winner chicken dinner, but GQ joining us in that business economy yesterday as we were announcing. And we only have a couple of slots left as we continue to head on into the next phase of the tournament. We are in the second day of the finals, and I tell you, it's only going to get more intense from here on out.
Yes, and of course, to remind our viewers as to, where the teams have been and where we're going now, we have the teams that have already played through that group stage. From that, they moved into the semi-finals, moving into the grand finals themselves. We already concluded our first day, this now being day number 2. And that, of course, is, as the title suggests as well, right? So today's that midway marker. Tomorrow is going to be the very big day to see what the teams are going to be capable of and who will be those teams securing themselves those PMPL slots. But of course, speaking about that, right, we need to take a look at what they're playing for. And one of our leaderboards that we are going to be showing is going to be our prize pool leaderboard, right? The teams will have the opportunity to get their share of the $30,000 prize pool. First place, of course, being worth $9,000, and then it trickles all the way down to that 16th place, which is worth an additional $600. But of course, then our MVP, right? The greatest GOAT in the PUBG Mobile National Championship MEA Wildcard will be awarded an additional $600 as well.
Yeah, and I think today is where we start to see, who that MVP would be, because, today is that day where all of these teams need to start putting up the stepping stones. Today is where they have to start, getting themselves on some permanent positions on the leaderboard, and the way to do that is by ranking up and getting up these points as they continue to play each game. 1 point per elimination, but when you finish in first place you get 15 points, and it all trickles down till 13 to 16 where you get to, and that is where we start to caution the teams to start looking at that 1 point per elimination. If at all you're going to go out early, you might as well go down with a fight. Be sure to get those thirsts, so at least if you get 0 points from placement, you're able to get at least 1 point from elimination. And that was one thing we didn't really see come through from some of the teams yesterday, especially the ones involved in the early engagements. Leaders of war, they were in so many early engagements, but whenever they took the engagements, we don't see them going for those thirsts, and that is something that you need. They would always go back to the lobby and all they have is the goose egg to work with. So and that's one thing you do not want. I feel like today no team can actually afford to be getting those goose eggs, especially the teams who are trying to qualify in the Middle East region.
But the biggest thing that I want to see today, right, is teams staying away from windows, right? We don't want to see windows used today. If you do, make sure that you're not out in the open, right? I think that is going to be the safest call to make. But of course, now let's jump into our next graphic to see, what is up and where we're going to be heading. Of course, we are going to be making our way right over in today's schedule. We are going to be running with the exact same sequence as we had yesterday, right? So Group A, B, C, D in the first one. So Group E is going to be sitting out the first game. After that, Group A is going to be sitting out match number 2. Then we move into match number 3, where Group B will be on break. Over in match 4 is where Group C will be on break. And then finally, we close it off with Group D, wrapping up that break session, right? After that, that's going to be it. There's going to be no other opportunities. And of course, to know who's going to be playing which match, let's take a look at those groups to see what the distribution is and where our teams have been allocated to.
Yeah, and when we're talking about that final game of Group D sitting out, that's where it starts to become a challenge, for those teams in the groups, Ocean on Fire, Blackjack, Darkness, and Virtual Gaming Squad, because it will mean that they have to do their best in the first 4 games in such a way that that final game where they're sitting down, regardless of what happens, they're able to make it into or they're able to maintain their position on the leaderboard. We've got Honored Souls, Federalian, Smash Team, and Stalwart UAE in Group A, with Group B coming through with Brute Force, 911, Desert Flame, and 90th Minute. And I feel like Group B seems to be the group that has all the teams that we've seen perform. Desert Flame racking up those consistent points from placements, and we see 98 winning with loads of experience. 911, pretty much one of the only PMNC teams who are able to, get themselves decent points up on the board. And Brute Force waking up in the final game of the day yesterday is something that, we want to see today.
Yeah, and speaking about the final game of yesterday, it was the day in which we saw Team GQ lock in the very first and the very last winner chicken dinner, making themselves very well established over on Miramar. So I'm curious to see what our teams are going to be doing. Of course, this is our map pool. It is going to be Erangel, Miramar, Sanok, and then we follow it up with the final two right there again, Miramar and Erangel. So as you said yesterday, it's nice to close off the day coming through on Erangel instead of having to rough and tough it out in the jungle, right? But I think both of them actually have a bit of value to them, right? Sanok really forces teams to think on their toes, and that's what we did see quite a bit of yesterday's matches. But yeah, having that Erangel at the end of the day does bring in a nice bit of balance, right? It also works well for those individuals like myself who have a little bit of OCD as well.
Yeah, just to give you that whole perfect sandwich, but still, I don't know. This sandwich kind of seems weird. We would normally see the meat in the middle and not the leaf in the middle, but this one we seem to have the lettuce, the sandhawk in the middle. But I mean, it's a burger and it works. But speaking of things that works, let us show you the leaderboards from both regions, and then we'll be seeing the conjoined overall leaderboards that would determine the prize pool distribution. And going to the Africa side, we said it only 5 teams would be making it into the PMPL 2023 spring, which means they do not have too much to play around with. And speaking of playing around and round, one round team, I noticed that going towards the end of the games yesterday, they started to perform.
Yes, sir. They definitely did step up with those performances, but I want to see a little bit more of those chickens coming to Africa today. That'd be great because only one team has been able to find it so far. So we'll be looking at these different standings, right? So the one that we're looking at now, the red ones, the teams highlighted, those are the teams that have the opportunity to move through into PMPL 2023 for Africa. Right now, we're going to be hopping over on towards the MENA side to see what the situation is on that end and who are those potential teams. Of course, it is going to be Team GQ rather. I got to read at some point, I guess, right? Sitting with their 2 winner chicken dinners and 79 total points. And, of course, Stalwart UAE right there in second place with their chicken dinner, but 53 points. So, definitely, this is where it shows that the consistency that has been brought through by Team GQ yesterday really paying great dividends to them. But, of course, then with regards to the prize money, right? The prize pool, we are going to be jumping into the combined overall standings to see who's going to be walking away with some extra ka-ching-ching in their back pocket. And I mean, it is looking pretty great, especially for our 2 Middle Eastern teams, right? Occupying those 2 top slots. And the pressure is definitely going to be on. Looking to see if, one of the Africa teams could maybe contest and, get themselves situated up into either first or second.
Yeah, and even at this point, it's not just even about contesting for the first or second spot. I actually want to see the African team show off to the Middle Eastern teams that they actually have what it takes to be aggressive, right? The most aggressive team that we've seen in the Africa region is not even putting up as much points as the second or third most aggressive team in the Middle East region. I mean, we're looking at the elimination points coming through from GQ. We have 43, and then Stalwart Esports, we have 31, and then we look at Smash team with only 20. Right, and that's an African team, and that's pretty much the highest elimination count that we have in Africa. So that being said, I actually want to see the African teams, show up with more, elimination points up on the board. And one could actually argue that, maybe the African teams are just more consistent at balancing between, placement points and, and elimination points. But still, if the Middle Eastern teams are able to get both at the same time, that will continue to push them up on the board. And we all know the Middle Eastern teams are actually here. They actually have, a tighter chance to fight for. They have only top 2. Africa has got top 5. And I feel like maybe that's why some of those African teams are being a little bit relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, we did see the players there from Brute Force, of course, sitting on 28 elam. So actually, they the team sitting with a pretty high amount of elims. I mean, I think the major thing for them is just trying to secure those extra few additional placement points, right? If that is what they focus on today, I think they're going to have an absolutely amazing run, especially in today's performances. But as we know, right, we also then our getting ourselves ever closer to hopping into that very first match. And I mean, if yesterday was anything to go by, I think we're going to be in for quite a bit of a surprise. So I mean, my only request for today coming through for the teams is avoid windows in congested areas. Right, unless of course you want to, and make a quick hasty move back into the lobby, be our guest, right? You're more than welcome to try them. But what we saw yesterday is windows are definitely a no-go, as that is the quickest way to, deal a bit of a dent into your team. But then, of course, we want to see teams really apply all the strategies that they found yesterday. And, of course, talking about strategies, we need to give a big shout-out to our insane and, amazing sponsor as well. That, of course, is to Oppo. Now, I mean, you guys have probably heard us say this a few times, but we'll say it again. Did you know that with only 5 minutes of charging, you can get yourselves 2 hours of gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G? Absolutely amazing, phenomenal device. But, I mean, speaking about the amazing trivia question that I just asked, which was also, answered all by myself as well, right? We are going to be posting some trivia questions throughout the day. You'll be seeing them appear at the bottom of the screen. And it's going to come down to who is able to answer those questions first. Yesterday, we had quite a few interesting questions actually coming through, right?
Yep.
One of them was, how many zones is there in a PUBG Mobile match, right? I mean, Grounds, you said it was, what, 8,
10.
I believe? 9, 10.
I said 10
right?
first,
Yeah, I said 9, and then we found out all together that the answer is actually 8, because the final one doesn't count because it continues to shrink, right? Who knew? Who knew? I mean,
Not me.
It's not like we've been watching PUBG for many years now, right?
Exactly, it's not like that, but yeah. Speaking about even the zones closing, right? We talk about how the teams approach with the different zones, right? And this is something that I keep in mind. Heading towards the final zones, we'd expect those teams to have grenades and the throwables, but the throwable usage is not something that we've actually seen in the games coming through from yesterday. So I'm looking forward to see more flexibility with the teams today, especially when it comes to the usage of throwables. We see a lot of smokes being used, but when it comes to those grenades, we're not really seeing those teams using the grenades, using the Molotovs, and even the stun grenades. I know a lot of people use them these days, right? But we don't really see too many people using those throwables. So I'm looking forward to seeing that, and not just even that from the teams only, right? We're looking at a couple of teams that would have expected to be doing well, but they were not doing well. We thought maybe it was like first couple of games nerves, which was the case for Brute Force and 911. But when we start to talk about like Honored Souls, the team's Darkness, Team Mets, these are teams that they're sitting out in parts of the position. The Wavy Sports. These are teams that are sitting out in positions that we're not so comfortable with. Right, even Legends of War, Ocean and Fire, these are the teams that we're trying to call out, because we've seen them play in previous parts of this tournament, and we're expecting that now that we're heading into the second year of the finals, we'd expect them to have overcome those nerves, show a little bit of research done, and come and pull up today, show us exactly what they've got.
Yep, that's going to be quite important to have that happen. But of course, just a quick reminder for our viewers, if they forgot what the schedule is, here we go again, right? It is going to be match 1, match 2, 3, 4, then 5, and of course our beautiful breakdown. So on each match, there is going to be one of our groups that are going to be sitting out, just grabbing themselves a quick little bit of a breather to ensure that they are performing at optimal. And I mean, our first group that is going to be done for the day is going to be Group D, right? So they're playing match 1, 2, 3, 4. And after that, that is it. They have to do everything that they are capable of doing in just those quick back-to-back matches. But of course, that adds quite a bit of excitement. And, just again, here are our groups. So the players there from Ocean on Fire, Blackjack Esports, Darkness, and Virtual Gaming Squad will need to quite a bit in those first 4 games if they are looking to strengthen their position on the overall rankings.
Yeah, and even seeing that Group E is actually sitting out of the first game of the day, right? I'm actually liking that, because the teams that we have in Group E, one round team, High for These, Mad Knights, Legends of War, these are teams that we've not really seen them pull up. And, having them sit out this first game, kind of watch the mentality that every other one of these teams have brought into the games today, is something that, would be advantageous to them, because now they know the kind of vibe that these other teams are coming with, and now they know how well they're going to play when they try to approach themselves, put themselves more in better positions on the leaderboard, towards the prize pool of $30,000 that we've got now on the line.
Yeah, and of course, what's also important for these teams, right? As we can see on the prize pool, right? There's only a prize for first to 16th place. But take into consideration, we have 20 teams out on the battlefield, right? So there are going to be 4 teams that are going to be missed on that day. This is going to be the opportunity, the second day's opportunity to really get down and grinding and making sure that they can get themselves as many points as they can possibly find.
Yeah, and wow, now that you say that, that's painful because the MVP goes home with $600, which means 17th place doesn't even get as much money as the MVP. I think I'm at this point where if at all I'm actually going to finish in 17th place overall on the leaderboard, I might as well have the MVP on my team. Maybe I might just be able to convince him. But I mean, what are the odds we see that, TK? What are the odds?
It's going to be tough. Realistically, the MVP team that is not within that top bracket, I don't know if that's going to be a possibility, but who knows, right? It is valid for anything as is possible at this point in time. And of course, we're inching ourselves ever closer. And of course, if you see me glitching every now and again, it's just because I'm so excited to get into today's matches to see what the teams are going to be doing. But of course, having said all of that, we are going to be jumping across into our very match right here on day number 2. Looking to see where that flight path is at as well. So with this, we welcome you to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo.
Oppo Reno 8 5G with 5 minutes of charging and 2 hours of constant gaming. The Oppo Reno 8 5G is optimized for mobile gamers. Enjoy playing PUBG Mobile at its finest. Oppo is PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Holy Lands of Erangel. This will be the first game of the second day of the finals of the PUBG Mobile National Championships as we hover over the skies on Erangel. It's going to be a northern flight path today as we hover all the way from Jojopol straight on down to the open fields of Yasnaya. Definitely not the best of playing paths, especially for teams like Stalwarts, UAE, who would like to land on the military island, and it's probably going to be like a whole disadvantage to them starting off the game in this manner.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole different ball game, especially as you've pointed out, right? The flight path being where it is. But what I want to see is like what the teams are going to be doing in anticipation of this first initial zone, right? We don't know where it is just yet, and neither do the players, but they are going to be finding out momentarily as that plane is about to cross on through. But we see a really decent, healthy distribution of teams, a lot of focus instead now being put towards that southern side, and rightly so, as that is exactly where the zone itself is going to be moving. So yeah, a big chunk of the zone is going to be water, so already playing on quite a bit of reduced playable area here.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like there's something about, I like the fact that the zone is a military island zone, or it could be a military island zone. It has the potential. But, I feel like these teams have done something to the water gods because it does look like every single game there is a huge chunk of water. I mean, we saw that come through yesterday on the 3 different maps, and today we're seeing that happen once again. Hot drops was not something we really saw yesterday, but it does look like we'll be getting a couple of stranglers here today as X team find themselves in a little bit of a skirmish with Stalwart Esports. And I can see this happening because Stalwart Esports, they would prefer to land on the military island, right? But then, given that the military island is not close, Gatka happens to be their secondary drop. And, well, their secondary drop is X team's main drop. Now X team suffered the wrath of Stalwart UAE. And I don't think there was a way they might have figured that one out. But this is not looking like a great start for X team.
Yeah, man. But the answer here that I have for Stalwart is why not? Right? Why not just peer out the window, get that hit in, and take a team on down? But now I don't know if Pumbaa is somewhere around here as well. But either which way, it is going to be some pressure coming through onto the X team. As Stalwart, I mean, they proved themselves yesterday to be a super capable team. So well done to them, being able to hold on to this terrain, right? Because now they fend them off, they secure those 2 elims. And now they get to sit back and just go like, you know what, it's fine. Let's continue looting and see where it goes.
Yeah, and I think it actually takes balls because they definitely watched the stream yesterday. And then they saw that, oh, there's actually X team that lands in Gatka all the time. So them going all the way to Gatka and landing there knowing fully well there will be a team there, I think that takes a lot of confidence to do. Because, I mean, school area yesterday, we saw it was totally unlooted. There was nobody there. I feel like Stalwart Esports or Stalwart UAE could have easily gone all the way to school. They could have landed all the way in school, but unfortunately, they decided to go to Gatka, or should I say, fortunately for them, they decided to go to Gatka. And like I keep saying it, that is actually a very confident move coming through from them. And I'm kind of pained that they would do that. And it almost looks like X Team is replicating their drop spot as they look to be heading towards the military island early.
Well, let's see what is going to be on the cards here. Oh, it is going to be Wave now, just trying to make their way on. Looking to see what they can find up in towards our lovely crates. Is there going to be that opportunity for them to get it done, though? I mean, they're currently not too contested. We did see Virtual Gaming and, of course, GQ held up within that vicinity. But I think it's going to come down to essentially what the teams are going to be able to bring in with regards to rotations. Because looking at the map, though, that entire northwestern side is pretty vacant, seeing that there are quite a few teams now applying that focus in on towards the military island itself, as we can see Stalwart now just making that crossing. So it does open up a bit of a cavity for teams to follow on through, and I'm expecting some contention to come in as the teams start rotating up. But what's interesting to note is that we're not really seeing any major focus being applied towards the bridges. I mean, Desert Flame, that is the usual spot, right? Nothing really out of the ordinary here. But I want to see what's going to be happening towards that western bridge.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm more concerned. I'm seeing a couple of teams already rushing to the military island. And this is PUBG Mobile. There's a huge chance it wouldn't go to the military island. I mean, we've seen it before. I'm looking at this zone and we cannot explicitly tell that it will go to the military island. And which is why this is where I'm trying to see that little difference of experience coming through from the teams, right? I want to see how the PMPL teams would approach this zone in comparison to how the PMNC semi-final teams would actually approach it. And I'm saying this because, like Desert Flame, there's probably a reason why they're not even focused on the bridge right now. You know, we see some of these professional teams on zones like this, they try not to make that quick decision to cross over to the other side, because this is PUBG Mobile, is very dynamic. We don't really see the same zones repeat itself. And you know, when it comes to this type of zone, it's very tricky. And I'm still looking forward to it. I wouldn't even advise anyone to cross yet, but I would advise the teams that if you're a team, probably get somewhere close to a shoreline where you've got vehicles like Hive Mind, and then you know get somewhere close to the ferry pier. When you have a vehicle or like a boat, get enough gas can. If it goes to the military island, you can rotate all the way to the military island. If not, you're good, you're safe on the mainland, because if you cross to the island and it doesn't go to the island, it becomes trouble when you want to come back to the mainland.
Yeah, so it comes down to teams having to resist being impulsive with movement, right? Especially this first phase, looking at where it is, it's not been decided, as you've said, right? So you need to try and wait until you have that answer before making your decisive move. And already it seemed like Darkness, I mean, maybe they just out for a little bit of carnage, right? Maybe they just want to create a bit of an upset. As you can see, Ultra and the rest of the crew now just moving closer and closer towards that military base itself. I mean, this could be a good spot if the zone does decide to stick on towards the southern edge. But if it swings up north, I mean, they're going to have a pretty tough time then backtracking all the way back over on towards that main island.
Yeah, but then we look at the Team Darkness here. They barely have throwables, right? Not so many throwables at hand. You know, I saw a player there with no smokes. And this is where it starts to get tricky, because if you get into an engagement, these are things that you might need, right? If you're not having it, the possibility that you'll be finding those in the scrappy buildings around the military island, it's very risky, right? And even X Team going all the way to the southern edge of the circle, if this circle does not go to the military island, that is going to be a whole lot of trouble for teams who are already on that island.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that one. But we still have a minute left before we find out just how far that blue zone is going to close in. Of course, we know it's going to go all the way to the zone, but that is when the next phase will be revealed. But another interesting thing that we are seeing kind of developing here is that Darkness, they moved all the way to that southern island. We got the players from X Team now just looking to accompany them all the way on that far southern edge. So that could be an interesting play. But Desert Flame, they've now used that opportunity to get themselves situated onto that eastern bridge. And I think that's going to be a really good play for them, right? Because I think that they are going to be looking to let it loose. But of course, as we jump to the north, this Team GQ now positioned up on towards Everest. Just trying to see what kind of a rotational pathway they can find. And if they head straight on forward on the trajectory that they're on right now, we could potentially see them bump into the players there from Blackjack. So, yeah, who knows? There could be some excitement just around the corner.
Yeah, and it's even fun seeing that Blackjack is looking to probably head for the western side of things. You know, yesterday we saw them land around the Zaki area, and then we saw them do their rotation all the way to the east, right? But today they do look to be looking towards that western side, and it just makes me want to see how well are they going to play from the west. We've seen them play from the east well, but now from the west, will they be able to do it? And like you said, Team GQ, a very wonderful team that we've seen yesterday. Seeing them play this a little bit slowly, and that's what the case of what I said about the zone. Oh. A nightmare.
It is now. Yeah, but it is not Blackjack, rather, Desert Flame, right? Falling with their butts in the honey, right? They still are able to maintain that compound, which is essentially on that central band of our current zone. And I mean, this is prime real estate, but they are going to be experiencing a little bit of a challenge here, because seeing that it's such a good position, they now have to defend it. All our teams situated on that southern island are going to be looking to rotate up north, potentially, or maybe just to get themselves a little bit more fortified, as we still don't know where the zone's going to be going. But based on where it's gone right now, we could potentially have all that focus being brought into this eastern bridge. And this is a kind of zone that Desert Flame is all too comfortable with.
Yeah, and I hope not to see what I saw from Desert Flame yesterday. Given that they were in the center of the circle, they had a good spot, but they just did not capitalize on it, right? We didn't see them get all those elimination points. It almost just seemed like they were just chilling for all of the teams. And now today they find themselves in a very paramount spot in the circle. So I'm looking forward to seeing them actually frag out today. I do see Six God being brought back into the squad today. I don't think I saw him yesterday, and hoping to see him, pull up some of his fragging abilities today. So Blackjack, I've got my eyes. Oh, sorry, Desert Flame, I've got my eyes on you.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of that Six action just yesterday. But speaking about action, right, it is going to be the players here from Smash Team, who we know from the Africa side have already been able to secure themselves that winner chicken dinner, now starting to push in towards this bridge area. And on the opposite end, that is where things are going to get a little bit sweaty, as we'll now find out where exactly Smash Team are going to be looking to go. Already they have a few players situated up on the front line alongside the players there from 911. But they've not called the emergency services just yet. Instead, it is going to be our Lelouch now, just peering across, looking to see if they can find a bit of an opportunity. But I like this 3-1 split, because if well executed, Lelouch can definitely leverage quite a bit of that position in their favor.
Yeah, especially with the new design of the bridges in PUBG Mobile. It's something that it does look like they want all 4 of their players in the same position as they're able to successfully cross the bridge. And this is where they're in luck, right? Because they just have to be thankful now that 911 not doing the best of jobs holding that bridge or holding this bridge camp, right? So they're able to escape that position. Desert Flame already pulling away from the bridge, not looking to have interest in that part of the game, and that's quite interesting to see. To an extent, I'm happy about the number of teams that we have on the mainland, right? There's only like 3 teams that are out there on that mainland, on the island still, and it almost looks like they might be able to make it through. But it's funny that none of them are going through that western bridge. Everybody wants to go in through that eastern bridge, and well, that is going to be a whole lot of trouble in the east.
Yeah, it is going to be quite a bit of trouble come through. But again, we do see why not taking aim, waiting for the angle up on towards Ultron. I mean, this is such a difficult play to make, because the grass is obstructing a lot of that vision. So you can't really get a good assessment as to where that player is and whether or not the opportunity is there for a bit of that spray. But in general, Stalwart holding onto a decent angle here. I mean, they are pretty well situated on the very edge, and that does provide them a bit of an opportunity, right? Because Darkness can't just push straight on forward. They are going to get fired upon, and this could maybe play in favor then of Stalwart.
Yeah, and with that new zone going over more to that eastern edge, favoring the bridge more, this is where it starts to become troublesome, because there's so many teams still alive. All teams, in fact, no team has been sent back into the lobby yet. So, man, this is going to get very, very choked up in literally a matter of seconds, because everybody now wants a little piece of the circle, and there's only so much the circle can contain, given that the bridge and the water is occupying about 20% of the zone.
Yeah, but what would be crazy, right? I mean, we did see that zone now centering up on this eastern bridge, with it just slightly touching that southern position, as we can, of course, see up on the mini-map. But what is going to be absolute carnage is if the zone then moves south from where it is now, right? The next phase. Because that's going to play in favor of Darkness, Stalwart, and even the players there from X Team. But I don't know if they are prepared for what could await them, right? I mean, that influx of northern teams just pushing on forward, it is going to be so brutal. But we are going to be seeing quite a few teams now getting sent back, as we already have a few knocks getting found out there once again. But the pressure is on because this is now a heavily kind of congested area, especially up on the north. The south, I mean, it's a breeze, right? As you've pointed out, there's only 3 teams positioned on this island, and they've got a decent amount of space to work with.
Yeah, hopefully they will be able to do it. Honored Souls, on the other hand, going out one after the other as the blue zone starts to claim some lives. It's very surprising to see some of the players there from Honored Souls out there still in muted power. It's currently zone 3. I do not know what they're still doing outside. This is actually a very nice position being held by Cool Boy. I like the fact that he's not giving it out just yet, waiting for whatever the zone is going to do to kind of push the players there from Darkness onto the bridge. And then that way he can understand what they're trying to do and try to see if they can get some elimination points as the time goes on. A little bit of trouble will be looming on the northern side as many of these teams start to get closer and closer. A couple of teams chilling out there in Muta. Nice to see. Couple of teams also in the farm with Ocean on fire, just holding, clinging over to that western side. He has to play some for Cool Boy, and he's able to get that instant knock with the thirst to follow suit.
Yeah, but now it's going to be that pressure on the remaining players left in Darkness. As you can see, Godlike now getting hit as Cool Boy keeps the angle pretty tight. Tries to get the shots in with the M4, but with that red dot, I mean, you're not getting a nice lineup with those hits. I mean, they could still just venture off, but wow, the zone does take another swing. It now centers up on farm, and this is where it spells trouble in paradise, because our team situated on the south now have to find a way back into safety. They're gonna have to rotate either across the bridge or across that waterway to remain in contention for that potential winner chicken dinner. But we still have all 16 teams up here, Crowns.
Man, and this is where you know, the military island zones become so tricky, right? Or zones that look like it was going to military island look so tricky because not too many teams are going to lose their life, because a lot of teams are actually spending time on rotation, right? And man, that is what X is doing. They're still alive with 2 players up, and man, Honored Souls having just 1 player up Shroud, and he's actually trying to take this many shots. Alive. I don't know, man. I don't really think that is something he should be doing, because right now he's giving away his position. He's in Muta. He's got a lot of rotation to do into the circle. As a solo, I don't know, man. There's one too many teams in this lobby, and we'll soon start to see, you know, action going on that eastern side. Given that now there's no longer any bridge on the circle, and now all the whole of the circle is just centered on.
Yeah, I mean, Honored Souls definitely will get shrouded in that blue if they are not proactive with their rotations. But Cool Boy just comes in clutch again, picks up the knock onto what Kaito now has to jump off of that bridge. But Sugar, in the meantime, inside the Hive Mind, is getting a little bit of attention, as we can see Evo Station this time around. I mean, pretty close finish to where we had it just end yesterday, right? Yesterday, it was situated just on the opposite end, a little bit more towards the eastern side. So curious to see what is going to come through here and who's going to be laying in and laying waste to the opponents up ahead. I mean, as we saw yesterday, right? Evo Station, more than capable of bringing in a few of those upsets. But is it going to be on the cards this time? As we can see, Narcos cooking up the nades, sending it out, trying to just keep the players there from the GQ at bay for the time being, while the reinforcements looks to get themselves a little bit more shuffled up.
Yeah, and looking at the way Hive Mind is handling this, I'm enjoying it. A little bit of patience coming through on their side. And this is not something we saw too much yesterday. But we see them actually being very much patient today. But now that intro knock has come through from the side of GQ, I want to see how well Hive Mind is going to play, you know, going for the revive now, which is nice. I just want to see that they're not getting, you know, disoriented by the knocks that are coming in through, right? So seeing them actually going, you know, a little bit slow on this one is nice to see. But Team GQ, definitely not a small team. I was about to say we're having a water party, and Ocean on fire definitely are getting fired in the ocean as next. This is going to be the next man to find himself into the lobby, as X Team will be claiming some of those elimination points for themselves.
I mean, one thing we can say about Unix is at least they came dressed accordingly, right? They knew that they were going to go take a splash in the water, and that's why they wore what they wore. But now, it is going to be war on this western side as we have Hivemind and GQ still going at things. Of course, a few vehicles getting exploded right there, just trying to bring in that mobile hardcover. But is it going to be sufficient as we still have all 16 teams? I mean, we are nearly 19 minutes into this match. And looking at the positions here, I got to say, the Federalians well, they were center zone. Now they still find themselves just barely on the edge of it. But now it's going to be that mass migration, right? A lot of teams situated, especially on towards the eastern side, are going to be looking for a bit of a play. And this is where the opportunity presents itself for teams to just lock in elims all over the place. I mean, even 90th minute, looking to find a bit of ground to stand on. But they don't have all that much. Instead, they look on as Darkness, 911, and of course, they're the players there from Stalwart get ready for a little bit of the action.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a spot you'd stay in this next circle, or even anywhere on the map right now, where you do not have the potential of shots, coming your way. And 98 minutes, bringing in Watson into the roster today, nice to see. But they find themselves very close to the side there from Wavy Sports. Federalians, like you said, holding up a very wonderful position on that northeastern edge of the circle. It's not a question of how well they'll be able to play that position. They've got beautiful compound to play with, a couple of ridges in front of them where they can get laid from. But I believe it's something that they could handle if they're able to, watch their sides, keep on with their angles, and stay on with consistency. 911 coming in through, but they've got to be thankful for Federalians who are helping them with the third party of the century.
I mean, Hamodi being presented as players on a silver platter right then and there, but shows that trigger discipline. You know what? It might look all good and great, but we'll wait to see what it is that they're going to be doing instead. Now continues to play the position here. Looks on at Stalwart. Now gets ahead. We got Wave in the mix. We do see one of the 90th minute players there, Bisk, also now getting taken on down. Watson is also then getting traded up, and this spells quite a bit of trouble. But Wave now feeling the pressure as the rush is on, and it's all now down to Yaya, who's trying to find a position up in zone. As you can see, Brute Force, they have occupied the compound. This could be the end for Allah. Let's see, is it going to be on the cards? Oh, the flame's getting so close. But up comes Neos, and that is the end of the road, picking up the third elimination now for Brute Force.
Brute Force already getting himself onto a good start. You can already see them getting comfortable with the lobby. Already 3 eliminations up, and they look to still be strong as a 4-man team. Blackjack Esports getting taken out on rotation on that northern edge as things began to get choked up. With Desert Flame getting so many shots going through their way. And man, this is just so chaotic right now in the zone. Smash team, they did get crashed by the side of 911. But it's not a question of how well 911 was able to hold up in that fight on that short.
Oh, we'll find out soon enough. But Evo Station is going to be in a great position here. I want to see what they'll be able to do. They are getting pushed on by the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad, and they are definitely laying into them. But now, will they be able to bounce back from this as the blue zone is about to close on through? We're going to be seeing where that 6th phase will be taking us. And it does seem like it stays over on towards the western side. And that is a blessing now for Team GQ, as they are going to be receiving quite a bit of pressure. We got a Hivemind just holding on to that southern edge of zone. But meanwhile, all the way back towards the eastern edge, it is going to be the Federalians. We got players there from Brute Force as well as the Smash team. We got X team and Stalwart. And then you add a little bit of that Darkness just sprinkled on top. But let's see whether or not Stalwart will be able to get off that bench, the beach, and position back into zone.
Desert Flames, anyone play out to do the scouting on the eastern side has to find a way to form up on his teammate now. That's what he's But I feel like if I'm Desert Flame, play the 3-1 split generously, as it doesn't play out. Kraken does get spotted. And I was just about to say, the fight on that southern building has to happen anytime soon. There's like 4 teams out there in that southern building, and they have to get away from that building. But GQ already looking to have a wonderful start also, with 5 eliminations already up to them, as strong as ever.
Oh, but look at that quick sneaky hit. What a great angle that was going through from Godlike. The final contender left for the study of Darkness, but that is it as the light shines on them. Evo Station are looking to rip it up as the Federalians come pushing on forward. Hamadi in a very compromised angle, but up comes the nade. That is it. What a phenomenal hit that was, as the Hivemind team just pops it on over, looking to close it up and dealing quite a bit of damage into GQ. Now, They have to try and find a way to get back. Miracle is going to be sneaking their way on through. I see Lelouch coming through with a bit of a bounce up ahead. And this is the opportunity for Miracle now to make some magic happen. But there is a wall standing between them and that reach. Oh, let's keep an eye on the feed. Is it going to happen? No. Yes, they do get it. Now it's going to be Ilias and Ban also now looking to push on forward, looking to bring their teammate back in. And this is the opportunity that Miracle has been waiting for. Finds the angle on Ban, does not get the knock, pushes in again, gets the one. Oh, but it is going to be Supra to stop them in their tracks.
The third party definitely imminent as there were 3 teams down there in that compound. But we pull over it now to the side of Team GQ. We can just see them prone in the grass as there's only so much you can do in this game. If you stand up, the odds of you getting taken out gets higher and higher. Desert Flame did get taken out to the center of the circle. Virtual Gaming Squad looking strong out there on that noise. Looking at pretty much everyone in circle, where the Federalians find themselves in so much trouble as now they only have those smoke grenades to use as cover for themselves today.
Oh, but look at that, though. It is going to be Savage to get traded on down. It is Yazan now, trying to hold on, seeing if they can maybe pitch themselves up. Up comes the knock onto with Dan, but look at this Evo station just ripping it up once again. Hamodi is going to be the final remaining hopeful now for the Federalians as Danzo gets confirmed, and the pressure definitely on. It is now. Ooh, this could take a bit of a swing as AZ been spotted. Oh, the angles come in. Is it going to be it? They drop down and are able to evade the spray for the time being. But, oh, brute force coming in with a third party.
And I say, this game is so chaotic. There is action in every single angle. And now things are beginning to slow down. But Evil Station, an absolute monster for that Team GQ. And he is continuing to do the work. 9 eliminations already for the squad. Same thing can be said about Brute Force, who are holding up with 9. But they've only got 2 players left. Virtual Gaming Squad, Yazan has to hold it up as the last man for his team. As now is the point where everyone can actually take that leader. And if I am a team at this point, here's the time where you sit down, go back, relax, calm down a little bit, but it does look like Brute Force are not having that. Looking for AZ, able to find the scholar shoot. 11 eliminations onto the side there. Brute Force, they do seem to have found their future, and they are letting all of the teams in the lobby know about it.
Well, that was a beautiful spray. Now it is down to Prepod to see if they can get their teammate back into the fight. I mean, already they've been able to secure themselves 11 eliminations. So Brute Force doing quite a bit of magic right here. But still quite a few teams left to contest for these positions. Hivemind, actually the team holding on to the strongest numbers. And as we can see, right, they are trying to just make that play, looking to sneak their way up in towards the zone. But Brute Force just going to be lying in wait on that very edge. Already a few hits starting to find their way across. But up comes GQ. Ooh, a bit of a snake in the grass. 9 elims up. Oh, look at the weapon as well. Oh, that is going to be a beast, but it's not going to survive though.
That is exactly what the side of Brute Force needed. They needed GQ to come in for the third party and distract the side of Hivemind, and that distraction is exactly what they wanted. And you can see them already sending that full send. They know there is one more player left. They have a 3-man up. They have an idea of where that last player is. And if I am Brute Force right now, I'm pushing up onto Hivemind, focus on the last player of Virtual Gaming Squad leader, and that is exactly what they've got in mind. Prepod going in, gets 1, gets 2, and now Yazan will be the last player left. In the way for Brute Force and their first winner chicken dinner. Yesterday, they were almost able to seal the last game, having so many eliminations up on board that they did not. But today, it's looking like it might just be their game for the taking. A 1v2, Yazan, are you capable? Can he actually clutch this one up? Trying to grab a little bit of util for himself, as he might be looking to head in straight onto the side of Brute Force.
I mean, but this is great for Virtual Gaming Squad, right? Because in the entirety of yesterday, they were only able to secure themselves 26 points, right? Now, in the first match of the day, they acquire half the points of what they got in 4 matches, right? So this is looking absolutely phenomenal now for the Virtual Gaming Squad. So there's no more pressure. All they got to try and do is survive, right? They are going up against the 2 remaining hopefuls, but that is going to be the end of the road. Brute Force clutching that winner with a chicken dinner and 13 eliminations to accompany that. That means a beautiful 28-pointer in the very first game.
And a huge sigh of relief coming through from my side as we start to see the PMNC teams. Yes, Brute Force. Let's do this. That is exactly what we're waiting for. We're looking for that comfortability factor with the lobby, that experience gained from yesterday. And this team have come in today to show that they have gotten that. I am so impressed with how Brute Force were able to play this game. Calmness at its finest. Same thing can be said about GQ. We said about those late rotations coming through in the early phases of the game. You know, when they exited the land location or the landing drop early on in the game, and then they came into the circle later on in the game, able to hold up that northern edge was just nice to see. And I'm so happy that we're able to get at least one PMNC team now get the winner chicken dinner on the first game of the day.
Well, let's jump into the highlights of this match to see just a few of the potential plays the teams had to work their way through to make it all the way up to that winner chicken dinner. Of course, now, right, Brute Force definitely doing an absolutely phenomenal job. But let's see what those highlights bring, and maybe there are a few plays that, we might have missed along the way. But definitely got to say, a very satisfying start to our very first match here on day number 2. We asked for one of our PMNC teams to secure that winner chicken dinner, and that is exactly what we got. So I think we maybe need to ask a few more of these questions.
Yeah, maybe they would be answering us, you know. Stalwart Esports, though, you've got to give it up for Cool Boy as he found that beautiful angle on the top of the bridge. He did a whole lot of damage from that edge, but unfortunately, not quite able to just hold it up to the end. We did see Smash Team get things started off early, and this is what I was saying about Cool Boy having this angle, working out so well for his team up against Team Darkness here. But unfortunately, that zone not favoring that bridge. In their decision to stay on that eastern side of the map, and now they had to move on into the chaotic zone that we had. I mean, there was so much action going on pretty much everywhere. Now, there was no safe spot in that zone.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty brutal zone, but that is kind of what we were hoping to see in our very first game of the day. And again, right, Brute Force, I mean, they at one point, as we saw just then, right, I mean, sitting all the way back in that 4th, 5th phase, not with the craziest amount of elims, but then they just started to lock onto the targets, and they were rocking a 3-piece, right, for quite some time. And as we progressed into these later few bits of the match, that is where things just worked out so phenomenally for them. I mean, Federalians, they definitely did try pretty hard to secure a decent finish. But as we know, Brute Force just brute forced their way into that winner chicken dinner.
And today, seeing them play a little bit of strategically is one thing I love to see, because this game that they had today is almost similar to the ending that they had yesterday. You know, yesterday they were in that triangle position where they needed one team to take out another team in order for them to get the winner chicken dinner, and they focused on the wrong team yesterday, which was Team GQ. But today they understood that Hive Mind actually needs to get distracted one way or the other before we focus on that final player there from Virtual Gaming Squad, and that's exactly what they did. The instance Hive Mind stood up to try to take out that last player from GQ. They came in straight up for the third party, eliminated that player, went all the way for Hive Mind, and they were able to get themselves the winner chicken dinner. And this is one thing I've been waiting. Brute Force, a team that we know is capable of actually getting this elimination point, a very aggressive team, showing up winner chicken dinner to get things started. Oh, I'm actually so glad. Let's see the match rankings.
Yeah, let's hop straight into those match rankings to see how many points our other teams were also able to secure. Of course, as we can see, Brute Force rocking it out there with 29 points. Team GQ established on 17, with Hive Mind right behind them on 16. But then as we have the Virtual Gaming Squad locking in that second place finish with 14 points overall. But Smash Team getting down to business also with the aggression alongside the players there from Team GQ. As we can see then, the 12 points up. And this is what we want to have, right? But as we look over onto the right-hand side, right? Osha's on fire, Honored Soul already starting the day off a little bit further down on the overall rankings, not having the best start. They still have 3 more matches for themselves to try and piece it all back together and maybe find a few more additional points.
And with Honored Souls, I'm very confused. What is happening with that team, right? You know, we saw them stay in that Muta Power side for so long. In fact, one of their players did go down to the zone, right? And this is just something that, you know, we don't really see from Honored Souls so often. Even Ocean on Fire, too. Saw them on that southern edge of the circle. They got caught up in that whole skirmish on the south because so many teams that were coming all the way from the military island were swimming and coming out from that compound, and they were just attacking anybody that was on that southern shoreline. But man, you just got to give it to the PMNC teams that I'm seeing. Federalians, even X team able to make it to 3 points with only 2 players, given that they were reduced to, 2 early on in the game. It's just wonderful to see. And, even the Federalians too able to get, 11 points up for their name. It's just wonderful to actually see, because I'm actually glad to see that teams are getting more comfortable in actually in these lobbies. And I keep saying I'm just very impressed with this first game that we've seen, because the teams are showing that they've adapted to this lobby. And I'm now is the part where I start to challenge the team. Can you be consistent?
Yeah, you have to be able to maintain that consistency, because as we know, right, consistency is key. And looking back at what we had just yesterday, right, Team GQ proved that, right? They just kept it up all the way through to the end. And that is why they found themselves sitting where they were sitting. But as we know, right, the teams still have quite a few opportunities. And speaking about opportunities, of course, one of our groups are going to be stepping into their very first match of the day as well. And that is going to be none other than the lovely, lovely Miramar. So expecting to see what the teams are going to bring through as they have to try and adapt their play styles, moving from Mirangle over in towards Miramar. And as we mentioned, right, we have teams sitting out. So it is going to be Group E sitting out for this next match, as they have the opportunity to get themselves out on the battlefield. But Group E now need to prove what they can bring into their second day of the Grand Finals.
Yeah, with Group A sitting out of this one, Group E now is the chance for them to show that they've watched this first game. And now they kind of have an idea of the type of energy that these teams have brought into the game today. And now they're looking forward that, okay, now we're going into the second game, Miramar. This is how we're going to play this Miramar game. I'm looking forward to see that one. So let's see the teams that will be coming in for the next game of today, which is going to be Miramar. We have one round, high for these, Mad Knights, Legend of War. And man, Legends of War, I was keeping my eye out for them, but then I realized, oh, they're not in the first game. And now I want to see them play this next game, because yesterday we saw them go out so early in the game. Now, Legends of War, they're going to be with with Hive Mind in this next game. And we all know both teams like to land in Picado. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they want to solve that problem today, because Legends of War died 3 times or went out early 3 times out of 4 games they played yesterday. And even the last game they had where they didn't go out early, they still went out early because they took a 4v4 fight early on in the game.
Yeah, hopefully they've learned from their past transgressions, right? Let's call it that, right? Because, I mean, Legends of War are coming into this match with 9 points on the board, right? They're going to have to just back that one as tight as they can. Stay away from the early engagements. Avoid all the windows, maybe for the entire match. Fortunately, it's Miramar, right? It is the desert, so there aren't a lot of windows. There aren't that many compounds. As well, aside from if you maybe go into one of the cities, right? Los Leones and the rest. But I'm curious to see how that strategy is going to come through, and how they're going to be looking to get themselves situated and play through those rotational pathways. Because looking at Legends of War yesterday, they did show some really good potential. But we want to see them now look to push on that. And I think if we take a look at like for instance maybe what was the one that I was thinking of? Legends of War. Yeah, let's look at the Africa standings to see where the teams are, right? Just to get a bit of an idea as to how much of a gap it is that they still need to close up. I mean, it always helps having a few graphics on screen as well to just, build that story even further.
Yeah, man, looking at that winner chicken dinner coming through. This is the leaderboard just before this game that we've just played. But still, right, looking at how things were going into this game now, high for this sitting down on 11th. They know that they're on 4 points. They need about 40, and this is where it starts to get crazy, because these teams are racking up more points after they've already played their 5th game, which means that gap starts to get more and more. Ocean and Fire, they can't keep doing bad. Legends of War also, they cannot keep doing bad. So yeah, this is with Africa, it already looks like some teams are already sealing their positions as they continue to go. And I said it, today is the day where these teams will start to seal their absolute positions on the leaderboard. With only 4 games played for some teams and 5 already for some teams, you can already see, the leaderboards getting set up as we head into the final days. All right. Now let's check up what's going on in the Middle East.
Well,
yes.
Yeah, they've all had the opportunities, but brute force just, securing themselves up in towards that second position. But this is where things get interesting, right? Because, I mean, the Middle Eastern teams are showing quite a bit of dominance in the first 5 matches that they've played. And I want to see if there's going to be an Africa team that will be able to kind of match them in their efforts, right? Because Middle East, they keep it strong. Look at where they are situated on the overall rankings. Wow, I can't even English today, but it is looking so great for them, right? I mean, and I also just realized if I'm given a choice that I need to make, I can't make it while I'm speaking, right? I mean, I'm good at multitasking, but it turns out I'm not all that good. But here we have, though, 911 and Blackjack coming through, holding on to that 5th and 6th place. But they are so close to potentially catching up.
I have to just point this out. One chicken dinner pushed brute force all the way from 7th place, or was it 6th place, to 2nd. And this is just what we say. And I'm pretty sure this team now will be feeling so confident with themselves. Because that being said, this is a team that we know they work so well with the momentum of the game. And this was exactly what they did in that first game. You know, starting off with 3 eliminations as of Zone 5, you could tell that they were in for it. They were so happy with where they were. And then they just kept on racking on the points. I mean, look at the ratio of their placement points to their elimination points. 29 placements and 42 elims. Nah, these guys are actually onto something else. And I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from the side of brute force today. And I'm really hoping that this team will be able to continue with the consistency. Desert Flame, I've been saying this since yesterday. You've got to start putting the elimination points up on board. Only 9? Come on. That is very odd, you know?
It is. I have to agree with you on that one. And I mean, it's definitely not the kind of performance that we are accustomed to seeing coming through from Desert Flame Esports. I mean, they are a team that we know are usually sitting on the opposite end of the leaderboard. But speaking about opposite ends, right, we are going to be popping into our trivia question. So I hope you've got your pens and everything ready. We'll get into that a moment later. But yeah, first map pool, right? So we have to show you all the graphics to ensure that you are very well informed, so that when we do surprise you with our trivia question, you actually have all the necessary information, right? Because as we saw yesterday, they are tricky, right? Asking about zones and things. I mean, even us casters, we didn't even know, right? But now it is going to be that map pool, so we're prepping ourselves for that desert. And I mean, like, it feels like I'm already part of the desert because yeah, it's pretty hot in here.
If there's something that I'm seeing with this map pool right now, I'm seeing that brute force has joined us in the business economy as they're now in here. I'm glad, because I've been saving that seat for them. Like, come on, guys, what are you doing? And now they've got the winner chicken dinner. Now they're here. We're about to hear where we saw a whole lot of chaos happen yesterday. And man, when we start to talk about Miramar, DK, what are your expectations going into today's Miramar?
Oh, I mean, it's gonna be a tough one, right? We know yesterday was 90th minute that got that winner chicken dinner in Miramar, right? Are they going to be able to live up to that expectation? Are they going to be able to double down and get it in once again? Because the pressure is definitely going to be there. Because as we've been talking now, right, the teams have had the opportunity to do a little bit of the VOD review, to come up with a little bit of a better strategy to go up against the opposition here. So I want to see how that then plays out, and also whether or not 90th minute will have that adaptability, right? Showing that they've learned from their plays yesterday, but not letting their success go to their head, right? Still staying focused on the objective, ensuring that they play the best possible match that they can play over on Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday the Miramar game was more of an experience game, right? It was more of the more experience you have, the more you do so good. And I think that's why we saw some of the PMPL teams do so well on that Miramar game yesterday. And with 90th minute, this was a team that even earlier on into that game yesterday, we're pointing out how they had loads of experience on that team. I mean, we're looking at Zakaria, having Biscay on that team. And now today we see that they even have Woodson as a sub on that team who's also coming. And these are players that we know that they have a ton of experience on their hands, right? And I'm now like, if today going into this Miramar game, we're not getting a game that it's going to be very experience based. You know, say the zone is not going to be on that southern edge. Now the zone is going to be on that northern edge of the circle or somewhere close to the center. How well will these teams play it out? Or is it just going to be a situation of 90th minutes are just so good on the Miramar map that regardless of whatever zone you give to them, they're able to handle it. I think that's pretty much what more of what I'm looking forward to seeing, especially going into this next Miramar map. I know Miramar is a map where Brute Force happens to be strong, but Federalians also another team that I know that they are actually strong on Miramar too. So, and then let's not even start talking about the PMPL teams like Desert Flaming Sport. I mean, you mentioned it yesterday. They're a team that are very Miramar dominant. So, man, I feel like this Miramar game today, provided we do not get a southern shift, will kind of give many of these teams the opportunity to actually show us their true colors, especially in this map of Miramar.
I'm right there with you, right? I'm right there with you. I want to see the exact same things happen. I want to see these teams show us what they are made of and what they can bring. And of course, as we know, right, they are starting to prep the plane, making sure that everything is as it should be, that all the doors open accordingly. As we established yesterday, there are no seats, right? Maybe some along the line, yes. Everyone prepping themselves up, getting ready for the necessary jumps that needs to be made. But more importantly, it is going to be Crowns just prepping themselves up in that business economy class, right? So, Crowns, what is up in what did you call it? What's the business economy? What was the business
economy? Where do you want in first class? So there's guys in economy, and then the winner chicken dinner boys are out here in business economy. We only have a couple of slots, we hoping. I mean, GQ getting two winner chicken dinners, man. They have more leg space right now because they're occupying like 2 slots. They're just stretching however it comes. So I tell you, these guys are actually having a lot of fun. So that being said, Brute Force being here, I'm pretty sure they're looking at this and they're probably comfortable with what, this is where, speaking of comfortability, we're being serious. Like comfortability, these guys would be getting so comfortable with the lobby, and this is what I'm enjoying to see. And man, when we talk about fruits and vegetables on the flights today, I don't know. I think I'd have to speak to the hair hostesses today because I don't know what's going on in the kitchen. We're definitely cooking up some 5s and 7s, but still. We're looking at
as long as they're not cooking up nades. I mean, that's maybe a dessert, but it's definitely not part of the main course, right? I mean, you want to avoid that while flying, especially it's not doing all too good for your team, right? You want to ensure that it works out a little bit further down. I mean, we got to take it up. But also yesterday, right, we got asked the question as to how the Teslas work, right? And you were saying that there was something with the gas canisters and what, right? So the gas canisters now say it's fuel and battery pack.
There we go.
Right, so that kind of doubles as both, right? So you can essentially pour fuel into a Tesla and it will work. It puts you in charge.
Well, I hope that was not one of the trivia questions, because if it is, then you've given away the answers. Because that would actually be one of those questions that, we're very curious as to see. But welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo Reno 8 5G. With 5 minutes of charging and 2 hours of seamless gameplay, Oppo is PUBG Mobile's official smartphone partner in MEA 2022. Welcome to the sandy dunes of Miramar is what Oppo is telling us. Fasten your seatbelts up. More of this time, take off your seatbelts and get ready for landing as we over Miramar. Going all the way from Campo Militar down to the water. This is a very, very eastern playing path, and these teams are not happy about it.
It feels like we're on safari. If you look to your left, you'll see the lovely waterway over on towards Puerto Pareso. We got a few islands out there as well. But if you look to the west, well, it's just the lovely dunes and a few towns and teams trying to get themselves situated. But I want to see if we are going to be having any players come through in towards Picado, right? Yesterday, the first match, Picado was a little bit contested. Second map over on towards Miramar again, Picado eased up quite a bit. And this time, it does seem like the teams are trying to play it a little bit more spread out. But especially with this eastern flight path, it does affect those drop locations, right? The teams can't necessarily get all the way over in towards Pazo, all the way up in towards Monte Nuevo, La Dralera, Val del Mar, any of those more western angles. And especially with the zone, there's going to be no need for it, right? All they now need to do is just focus on what they've got in front of them and find a good drop location.
Yet another zone that has water in it. And I keep saying it, there's something up with this lobby and the water zones. And seeing that a couple of those teams, like Brute Force, already found themselves vehicles finding a way into the circle. Nice to see. This is something we saw them do yesterday, right? The plane path was nowhere near Picado, but they were able to find vehicles and make it in. A little bit of an accident. I don't know, man. If I am Ned right now, I'm definitely not getting in the back of that buggy, or Niels, actually. I'm going to tell you, you know what? Let me drive. don't do the driving anymore because buggy is quite vulnerable when it comes to when it comes to this game.
Yeah, I mean, but that's also just part of Miramar, right? It enables some really interesting maneuvers onto the vehicle. But make no mistake, the players here from Legends of War are going to be looking to get right down to business. And already they do have a little bit of company sharing the area with them. And now, where's it going to go, though? Because Picardo, as we've seen, it could be quite a difficult place to defend. I mean, this is a little bit of that... we're almost reminiscing on what we saw play out yesterday, as it was pretty close towards that western side where the altercation ended yesterday. But how's it going to go this time around, right? Are we going to see the teams really committing to full-on carnage? Or are they going to maybe look to disengage and get themselves situated more towards that eastern side?
I mean, one thing I actually even noticed is the players of Wavy Sports just lurking around the outskirts of Picardo. It's almost like they know this fight is going to happen and they're waiting for the fight to start. And it's a situation of once that fight starts, we start drawing closer and coming for the third party just right when, both teams think they're having all the fun. But I'm still keeping my eye out on Hive Mind and Leaders of War. I did say it yesterday. Picardo is almost like Pochinki, right? These are places that if you decide to leave without taking the fight, you're not just leaving all the loot or the area. You're also you have the lower chance of getting as many vehicles as you need for rotations, right? Because there's not enough vehicle spawns in Picardo for 2 teams. So that being said, you necessarily have to take out that whole team. And today, right now, Picardo doesn't look like it will be in that next zone, which would mean that this team do not have as much time as they did yesterday to actually finish up this fight today.
Well, let's see. Maybe they could have maybe borrow a little bit of time here, maybe borrow a little bit of time there. I mean, it's all going to come down to how the teams used to utilize what is available to them. But I guess to see who's going to pull over more to that southeastern side, right? I mean, currently it is the central southern portion of zone. It's difficult to describe a circle if there are no real corners to it, but whichever way, we'll try nonetheless. But it's going to be that area in between, like Impala, Los Leones, and Puerto, right? That's the triangle. In that triangle, I want to see who's going to be moving into that area because we are seeing some focus being put up in towards Los Leones right here. We, of course, have the players there from Ocean on Fire situated up in towards Puerto, with the addition of X-Team up in Impala, but no one really situated in and amongst them, right? We want to see where the teams are going to look to play out these positions, because I think if you get situated up in towards that triangle, the terrain does allow you quite a bit of an ability to stay hidden in anticipation of some teams maybe rotating on through.
Yeah, there's a lot of high grounds around that area, right? And this is where those teams actually need to start to work on, right? And I'm going to say this because in zones like this, I keep saying it, the possibility that you would go wrong with the shorelines is very low, which is why we see Ocean on Fire and X Team just get very comfortable because they're close to the shorelines. And I'm expecting to see a couple of teams, start to get closer and closer to that shoreline, especially when the next zone comes through. Because if you're worried about getting into that third phase, right, and the zone still has a couple of water, be sure to just go close to the shoreline. You're going to be good regardless of what happens, right? But one thing I'm enjoying to see, I said it yesterday, Blackjack Esports, a team that likes to land in Los Leones, and they would see other parachutes landing with them, but they will be fine with whatever loot, and they will be able to live there without taking a fight. That's exactly what they've done today. 3 teams landed in Los Leones today, and none of them are taking a fight against each other. 911, the side there of High for These, and Blackjack Esports all landed in Los Leones, and all 3 teams looking as peaceful as ever. Blackjack pulling away from the scene as they found themselves vehicles, and will be going to look for loot as they continue up in the rest of the game. But the fight in Picardo, definitely where we've got our eyes right now, and we're waiting for it to just get started.
Yeah, waiting for it to get started, but they can't waste too much time here because, as we know, Blue Zone is approaching. Yeah, sure, they still have 2.5 minutes left until that Blue Zone has closed up completely. But then it's going to take another bit of a swing, right? As we can see a lot of that focus being drawn to the edge. And this is where the pressure comes because there's already quite a bit of a reduction rather in the playable area. But, I mean, if it moves to the islands, I'm not going to say no because that's something we don't see all too often.
Oh, DK, you like violence and I like that. That is exactly what we want to see. But anyway, I do see Hive Mind. They found themselves just one vehicle and they're going to be heading out. And we all know what we say about one vehicle rotation. You know, this is things that we see back there in the very beginning, which works. And Legends of War, let them go. I feel like if I'm Legends of War right now, I'm going to be glad that the team that landed with me in Picado has decided to leave. You know, focus on how you're going to leave. Allow them leave. But right now, Hive Mind, a smart decision to leave Picado, but it's a question of you need to get all your players their own vehicles, or at least have 2 vehicles on your rotation, because if you continue with this all-man in that truck, that pickup truck doesn't even have the best of lives. You know, it's just like a couple of mags and that thing is blown off.
Yeah, I mean, especially the pickup, right? I mean, that's just the opportunity for the opposition to pick up some elims, right? I mean, that's pretty much all it does. It is, it's maybe some kind of an adequate vehicle to utilize here, but definitely not my preferred one. But either which way, we are going to be hopping over on towards Timon here, trying to find a few hits over towards the place there from Mad Knight. But I think Mad Knight also one of those teams that we are waiting in suspense to see what they're going to be doing, right? One of the very, very capable teams. And coming into today, I mean, Mad Knight only started off in 17th with only 10 points to their name. 7 of those, of course, being elims. So we know that they are not lacking in the aggression department, but we want to see them now just utilize their strategies even more so and lock in a little bit more of that success.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping that Mad Knights would show us what they can do today, right? You know, this is something that we saw that, you know, they came in with a new squad yesterday. You know, and today now we can see that shuffle coming in through. Ice Savage not quite playing today, as now they've brought back Agent 47, Tyson G, and you know the Beast back in. And the Beast is someone I didn't think I saw yesterday. I saw Ice Savage playing yesterday, and this is where we start to look at those roster changes to see how well it's going to affect the team and what it's going to do. I mean, Blackjack Esports, we saw them bringing Zeke into the squad yesterday. Zeke and oh, they have their own Beast too. But anyway, we saw them bringing Zeke, and we saw that difference come through for the team, right? Desert Flame Esports, we saw them also have another inclusion into that team too, and we saw the difference too that came through for all of them. So Mad Knight, this is something that we're keeping our eye out for too. You've changed your squad now today. Let us see how well you'll be able to play with that squad today, because the points they currently have on the board is nothing to write home about.
Yeah, definitely not anything to write home about just yet. But, maybe they're getting a bit of a draft going there, right? We want to see what it could be, and maybe it could be quite an exciting chapter that comes through from it. But now, Hive still just playing on the edge here, trying to find the angle on towards 911, 911. But this is up in northern Los Leones. The terrain here is quite challenging on a good day. Now let's see whether or not Escanor and the rest of the crew here from 911 are going to be able to get themselves into a little bit more of a favorable angle as the rush comes through now from Hive Mind. It is going to be Escanor to get taken on down, and Sugar with some sweet, sweet sprays to ensure that elimination.
And that's wonderful aggressiveness from the side of Hive Mind, realizing that there's just that one player isolated in that 2v1 situation is just wonderful to see. Eagle does get spotted from the top of the hill by Narcos with that excellent spray coming through, and 911 are forced to leave their position, the position that they thought was close to home, that they thought was familiar grounds, would be taken hijacked from them by Hive Mind, and that is just beautiful domination coming through from Hive Mind.
Well, let's see where it's going to go. We can't allow any of those hijacks coming in just yet. But as we know, Hive Mind, I mean, they don't really care, right? They want it. They're going to push in and take it. And maybe use a little bit of brute force to get the job done. Speaking of brute force, they are going to be rotating along that northern edge, sipping on some blue juice, trying to see if they can get themselves situated. But I'm not quite sure where they're actually hoping to pull in towards, right? It's going to be a little bit of a limited option towards the northern edge. Maybe if they head straight up in towards where we currently see the plays there from Virtual Gaming, could be a few exciting plays. But of course, in case you missed the wipe, here's Hive Mind yet again showing us what they've got and what they are capable of.
Yeah, and DK, I just have to point this out, right? We're about to head into like that 12-minute mark of the game, and we still have all 16 teams up. This wasn't something we saw yesterday, And like yesterday, we could just tell, you could see the nerves everywhere. But today, especially in that Erangel game, we saw about that 19-minute mark. There were still all teams alive. And now we're already getting into this 12-minute mark we still see all 16 teams alive. And I have to say this out here: Legends of War, they're not dead. You know, so this is actually impressive to say the least. So see them actually alive at this point, all 16 teams still up, just goes to show that these teams have put in their research. We can see the rotations are now getting more defined by all of these teams, right? I see a lot of teams already heading towards that shoreline because they understand that if you're by that shoreline, the odds that something is going to go wrong is very low. One thing I want to see is if any team is going to get so hungry enough to try to get any of those airdrops.
Well, let's see whether or not that is going to be on the cards. I mean, that is that's like dangling a carrot in front of you, right? I mean, it's like, come on, if you really want it, come get it. But you know, you could get sent right back to the lobby. So I love the dark sense of humor coming through here, right? I mean, I appreciate it. That's pretty on par. But speaking about on par, it is going to be XT now looking to get the sprays on in as one round comes pushing on through. It is going to be the end of the road there for Escanor. They've already found yet another knock. So X team looking pretty golden. And of course, one round down to 2 potential hopefuls.
Yeah, and one round, unfortunate for them. Sent out 2 players to do scouting. And unfortunately, not the right call for them as they lost tonight. And the other player there. And that's just painful. Because I wouldn't say it was bad that they went out for scouting. But unfortunately, just did not play out well for that's not how scouting works. And I know these players there from one round understand that mistake coming through from the side. That kind of puts them on the back foot heading into this game. I know one round to be one of those teams that used to be good on Miramar, but right now I'm not really seeing that Miramar prowess coming through from them as we head on into this next phases of the circle. But man, a center up circle, everything that were on that shoreline definitely played out well for them. Team GQ, they're looking nice. Side there of Ocean of On Fire, they're also looking nice as they were also on that shoreline. You do not go wrong with that shoreline. You just have to know that if that zone sets up quite nicely, you just have to play it off from that eastern edge, and that is what they're doing. Blackjack Esports, going into this game today, they kind of play more around that off-center type of vibe. We saw them play the edge a lot yesterday, but then seeing them play off-center today, it's mind-boggling in a way, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta try and shake things up a little bit, right? I mean, maybe it is gonna be Blackjack just looking to shake a few tables here and there. But for the meantime, it's going to be the players from Wave held on the very edge. I mean, the players from X team situated a little bit further away, but up comes the rush. It is going to be a full-on send as Brute Force looks forward. But Timon does not have Pumbaa anywhere in sight, and down they go, unfortunately. But is that going to be the same for the rest of the team for X team? Does seem like they're able to hold on for the time being. Meanwhile, Legends of War looking to make a bit of a play here. Ooh, look at this mood now. Finds an angle, but again, very, very isolated. Not quite sure where the rest of the crew is. Instead, they're up north. They're going to be looking to rush in, but that is not the kind of position, the kind of rotation you want to bring in such a difficult play.
Big up Timon, though. He was able to grab that thirst. That was amazing. Like, and I'm gonna beat Brute Force up for this because that was an elimination that shouldn't have happened. There was 3 of them on that one player. How did they let him get the thirst? That is so sad going into this game. But man, the rotations coming in through, not the best. But you could tell that maybe these guys have seen this zone before. But I don't think zones repeat themselves because we get that northern zone shift, and it does kind of justify the reason why, you know, probably Brute Force found a way onto that position that he currently find himself. I'm of the opinion of if it's not broken, do not fix it, right? So, like Blackjack Esports, if you're playing Edge, it's not broken, do not fix it, right? Virtual Gaming Squad, right now, they find themselves on the edge, and they're looking strong. Right, all 4 players alive, and it's all just a matter of how well they're able to capitalize on that position that they find themselves. 16 minutes, DK, 16 teams still alive.
Yeah, it's 1 for 1 at this point in time. I mean, 1 round down to 2, 9-1-1 down to 2, and of course, Brute Force, as we saw, they lost that one. But now, looking at the zone, taking that swing up north, this is where it's going to get pretty crazy. Right? Because Virtual Gaming Squad, yes, they've got a beautiful setup, especially up on that northern edge. But down south, this is where things are going to get pretty intense as we have Blackjack is still trying to catch up, find a bit of a play here. They have spotted out a wave, and that is going to be a beautiful vehicle explosion. I mean, I don't mind me some of that, but also then we do see the players there from Darkness also getting caught in a very similar situation. But now the pressure is on. All the teams are going to try and push, trying to get themselves situated, trying to find an extra little bit of positioning to call home. And this is where the chaos then ensues.
Yeah, because they have no choice. You have to clear away that team to make sure your rotation into the circle is actually nice. And I'm saying this to every team that finds themselves in one way or the other on the southern edge, and Diaz is going for that. Finds that last player there from Team Darkness, sends him back into the lobby. And Darkness will be the first team to go wait in the lobby for us as we continue in the Miramar game. But for this, they do need to be waking up a little bit. They did lose 2 players though, not the best of positions to find yourself, but still nice. I'm not going to beat them up. Let's just see how well those 2 players would be able to hold it up for the whole squad.
We'll find out soon enough, but now comes that pressure play still, right? Blue zone continuing to close up. We're running out of space within the zone and, of course, outside, because the blue zone is forcing everyone to move even closer together. But Bungle keeping it a little bit quiet today. Yesterday, we did see a few great shots coming through from Bungle. Today, we've not really seen them featuring all too much, but maybe that all could change as there are going to be ample opportunities right here. Bungle, of course, now trying to reach up in towards Desert Flame, but Desert Flame will not be snuffed out just yet. It's going to be Squidward and the rest of the crew holding on to that ridge line. I think that's a position that could actually potentially pay off very well for them if they're able to utilize it and just rain down the terror. But now, Legends of War inching in from this western edge. And I think the mistake here is trying to rotate down south. As we know, it is heavily contested and congested. I think the safer play could maybe have been up towards the north, but the blue zone is going to be the decider very, very soon.
Yeah, exactly. And seeing Legends of War deciding to go through that southern edge of the circle, maybe not the best of ideas, and they're finding out in a very hard way right now. 14 teams still alive. Everything is getting really choked up as Legends of War is going to lose more players as they go on into this game. Legends of War still. Oh, I said Ocean of War. Ocean on fire, pardon me. But Legends of War right now still chilling in that deep with the hope of surviving. Next zone does pull up, goes up to the north. One round would be happy, but not too happy because right now, if they had all 4 players alive, they're golden right now. But speaking of golden, GQ already up to 6 eliminations in this game. You can tell that they're doing it again. They're having fun.
Yeah, they out here, they mean business, but of course, 90th minute. The team that got that winner chicken dinner yesterday in our very first Miramar, are they going to be able to get it in? I mean, they still have their full entire squad present in the match, sitting on those 3 elims. But where is it going to go? Meanwhile, the players here from GQ finding themselves in a little bit of a less favorable position. I mean, they're taking a 3 split at this point. Maybe it's going to work out for them. Not quite sure, but they are going to have to deal with quite a few players looking to rotate up as well. And then, of course, to add the cherry on top, we do have that lovely loot crate, that drop crate coming in. But up comes PO just pushing in with a buggy. It is going to be NS trying to find a play here. Is it Enshme? Whatever. Right, we'll go with that one. I'm really tough with names. But yeah, that's an easy one to say as they are now trying to catch up to that zone. Looking for a bit of an opportunity, but as we can see, it is pretty jam-packed just up ahead.
Really, really jam-packed on that southern edge of the circle, I cannot lie. There's a lot of teams that find themselves in that position. I think GQ spread out a little too thin. Might just have to find this way to get to the top of the hill so they can hold it up. And this is where things start to go south. And speaking of south, Blackjack Esports reeking up the havoc on the side. They've lost, but they still continue with 2 players, BJE, to see if they can get into that circle. And this is where it starts to get tricky for them because that blue zone is pushing and they happen to be on the fast-moving side of it.
Yeah, that is definitely not where you want to be, but tries to get the M249 spray in, and that is a wave just flushed on out. Now, Blackjack trying to catch up as they move in from the southern edge. You can see Brute Force just off in the distance. But is it going to be a good angle? Yes, they are looking to leverage that. They now find the players coming through there from Legends of War. As we can see, it is a heavy hand being dealt in that direction as Legends of War get packed on up and shipped out. Brute Force still going to be looking to rein in with the utilities. They have Mad Knight in their sights. But are they going to be able to get that squad, get that push? They're only a 3-piece.
Yeah, a very huge question that we've got on the board right now. We hoping to see how well they'll be able to go on for that push as they've got Mad Knight in front of them. And Mad Knight also in that little dip, having to fend off against two teams. They're literally in between 90th minute and Brute Force. Two teams they do not want to be in between. But we'll see how well they're going to hold it up. We're waiting for the next zone shift. Does shift us all the way to that western side. Virtual Gaming Squad, they've been holding it up with the good positions in this game. But now is the time to start putting up the eliminations up on board, because this is now the 5th phase of the circle. And now you have to continue doing all the work. Now you've done the rotation part. Now is the part to start using the guns. 98 minutes on that south. It's only a matter of time before they push up onto the side there of Mad Knights with Team GQ holding up on a very, very high ground. Nice position actually going into the circle.
Yeah, and here we go. It is 90th minute, so close to Mad Knight. Zakaria looking for the opportunity, but instead they get overpowered as the sprays continue to fly on through. 90th minute now, looking to push in still on that very, very edge of the zone. Up comes the blaze here from GQ, still looking to find a little bit of that safe haven. They are going to be pressured on. Look at Bruce coming in with the sprays, but instead they go right on down. And this is GQ just showing us why they've been able to be so consistent in yesterday's matches.
I tell you, with wonderful sprays coming in through, the side of Brute Force now have to find a way to grab that revive and take that fight with Team GQ without getting third party by the side there of 98 minutes. Quite a lot for them to do when I say it out that way. But man, that is just to show you how tough it is right now in the lobby. Another player does get spotted for the side there of Brute Force as they have to hold up on their ends. One round, Eflex in this building, been able to do a lot of damage on the side there of Virtual Gaming Squad. The drop shot is going to come through from Team GQ and Force get sent back into the lobby with all these. But Team GQ, they are onto something else. 14 eliminations to their name, and they're going to continue to wreak havoc. And 98 minutes happen to be the next in line. Woodson follows short, and GQ, they have the memo. That is the information. Send it into the deep gate goal as Team GQ are having an absolute fun out here in Myanmar.
But here we go. It is going to be GQ now looking to close it up. They've shown so much aggression, already sitting with 16 eliminations to their name. 90th minute now could be on the receiving end of a very glorious squad wipe. As we can see, GQ holding on to that 3-piece, so they definitely have the numbers advantage. Still just looking to utilize the ridge lines, but up comes the push. It's going to be Zakaria peering over the ridge, finds the opportunity. It is going to be Pio to get taken on down. It is going to be easy to hold on, but Zakaria gets traded. It's going to be Kaito. Now the final defender left to try and make the play here for 90th minute, but instead they choose to disengage, but there's nowhere really left for them to move. We've got a 1 round also now rocking out on 2 players. Here's going to be Wanted and Eflex, but out comes those utilities. You asked for them yesterday, Crowns, and now we are seeing a little bit more of that come through. Down to our final 5 teams we are. Everyone situated on the very edge, with the only team exploring a little bit further, of course, being the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad. But the heat is on as the zone moves to that vacant lot right over on the northwestern side.
17 eliminations onto the side there of Team GQ. How crucial was that nade in that engagement? And Ninja now, he's got his own nades, sending it out onto Daisy's position. It needs to be done cooked, but that man is going to continue to send it out. But GQ, they have so much fun in the lobby right now. Daisy trying to hold on for as long as possible. Holding that one as Wanted has to overcome this 1-1 against Unknown from Ocean on Fire. Since that little head, not quite able to get it as grenades to start getting sent through into the building. This man uses the window, works quite well for him, but he's going to be able to pass through the door. Doesn't need to. The grenade is going to send it back as we're down to the final 3, and this is looking like GQ's game.
Yeah, but look at this position now. Virtual Gaming Squad, are they trying to utilize the ridge lines available to them? GQ trying to respond with a bit of that utility usage, but that is going to be a very dangerous position, and that is going to be AZ caught with a beautiful molly sent through there from Ninja MVP. Savage now having the opportunity to live up to their namesake, but are they going to be able to find the sprays though? It is going to be 1 round finding the additional angles, and this is now the blaze here from GQ under pressure. It's going to be Eflex, Wanted, looking to clear it up, pushing in from the side, but where will they go? So many opportunities, and this ridge line could work out phenomenally for them. But it's all going to come down to what Savage is going to be doing on that edge. I mean, Pio managing to survive by some strange manner. And now is that push. It is the hit connecting on up. And Pio bringing in the upset. Eflex trying to come in with the rest. With that, it is going to be Savage to get wiped on out. Now, the full send is here. It is going to be a 1v2. But Team GQ sitting on 17 elims. The sprays come in and PO clutches it out.
Oh my God. The perfect showdown. And I feel like Team GQ, they are so good at knowing when to come in for a third party, right? Because that last player was just holding it up, right? He knew what was going on. The instance one round faced up onto the side there of Virtual Gaming Squad. This man rose up to the occasion, got one knock, continued to push. Wow, what a showdown that we got there. And I was about to say it. One round, it's so nice to see how well they've been able to turn the tides in this game, right? Going all the way from being at a disadvantage early on into the game and then going towards the end of the circle, and then we see them at an advantage, able to finish at second place with about 5 eliminations to go alongside it. That is wonderful. But Team GQ almost hitting us with a 20 bomb today. 19 elims?
I mean, that's a 1v2 clutch, right? In a situation where you would expect it to go in favor of the team who has the stronger numbers. But by some miraculous means, PO was able to survive, dipping, dodging, and diving all the hits, making it through and securing themselves that winner chicken dinner. But let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this past matches. We did see the players here from Hivemind also trying to bring in a little bit more of that aggression. But as we know, it was such a challenging game.
Everything we asked for from Miramar delivered right now. Wonderful use of throwables that we saw in this Miramar game. And this, I can now say, this is Africa. This is Middle East. This is what we're all about. The throwables, the use of grenades, and then look at the use of smoke grenades that came through from one round going into that final circle. You know, we saw so much gun skills being used today. We saw so much grenades also going into play. And I'm so happy at how this Miramar game turned out. These games are getting more intense as we continue to go. And DK, you were right. Yesterday, everybody was a little bit quiet, and maybe not as quiet as we would have wanted them to do. But today is when we'll start to see all of that chaos come through.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, that was kind of what we were expecting to see happen right here today, and the teams are surely delivering on that front. I mean, look at this, right? All the way up in the 6th phase, the players there from GQ were already sitting on 14 eliminations. Then they pushed into the 6th phase, sitting on 16, and then they just blew the 90th minute team out of the water. I mean, absolutely insane responses from our players here. But eFlex, that was quite an amazing nade getting sent out. They want to see this final play, the one that secured that winner chicken dinner. Look at the strafing, the confidence. PO, I mean, that was insane, right? That was absolutely phenomenal. I don't think we could have asked for things to go better. But now, GQ, right, they've secured themselves a victory on Erangel. They've secured themselves a victory on Miramar. That means they are yet to secure one over on Sanok.
And man, I feel like it's only a matter of time. They're literally a ticking bomb right now. Give them a Sanhok game and they might just be able to turn the tides. And I'm saying this because yesterday's Sanhok game was where we saw them go out early, right? But now today's Sanhok, they will be participating in it. I would like to see how well they'll be able to play. Let's roll in those match rankings to see where all of these teams fared after that hot game in Miramar. Miramar is hot enough, and then the game just made it hotter with all of these placements that we've seen. I mean, 98 minutes, putting up elimination points up on the board, but when you're going up against a team that is already having 15 eliminations coming to your side, the difference in momentum is just outrageous. And 98 minutes tried so much to hold it, but the instance they got that knock, there was an instant need to follow up to get that trade, sending their last player running away from that fight. And that is just, where, momentum, as we keep saying, plays into like the game. And GQ, they are the masters of it.
Yes, sir. So let's take a look at those match rankings to see what the point situation is. We know we already had a few monsters roaming out in the desert, but how much of the roaming did they do? It was GQ who took almost all the elims, right? The only other team close to them is X Team, who were able to take, who were granted, rather, let me rephrase, right? Granted 8 eliminations. I mean, Team GQ, they were just so greedy, but rightly so. I mean, 34 points being dropped in this match. What an insane performance.
But DK, do you know one thing that's making me happy, right? I remember when we were about to go into this game, we said one round team we said Ocean on Fire. And look at that. One round team able to get 17 points up on board. Ocean on Fire able to get at least 10 points, which is also good, right? And this is at least a good start. Ocean on Fire is going into today. They were sitting on just 5 points, right? And now they've been able to gather double the points that they made in the whole of yesterday in just today. Once again, Africa, you're lacking on the winner chicken dinners, but still, virtual gaming squad DK. We saw them climb from the leaderboards all through yesterday, and today they already find themselves in third place on the leaderboard. How nice is that?
I mean, it's looking pretty great. But of course, we want to see even more improvements. And of course, we are going to be jumping over into the Middle Eastern overall standings now to see what the point situation is there. And look at that. Oh, Grounds, this is disgusting. I mean, Team GQ sitting with almost double the points that Brute Force has been able to secure. I mean, that is insane. This is a little bit of a runaway performance coming through from GQ. So I want to see someone tries to put a stop to that, right? I want to see the teams try and see if they can get in the way of GQ and another potential winner chicken dinner. I mean, even try to just get a bit of a shake-up happening here, because I mean, this just shows, usually we see a team, they come in, that get a winner chicken dinner, move into the next match, things are a little bit shaky, right? GQ, they're doing something else, right? They get a good match, a good match, a good match, and a good match, right? It is insane. But now we need to see how all of that kind of mushes together as we jump into our master standings. This is where we've got an absolutely insane showcase. I mean, the closest Africa team sitting all the way in that 4th position, but only 1 point behind Stalwart UAE.
I'm just gonna put this out there just because I can. If you double the points of Smash Team, they're still not up to GQ. Damn, and that's a huge slap in the face. Africa, wake up! Damn it! Like, I'm looking at this little board, and Team GQ is running away with it. They're literally running away with it. 3 winner chicken dinners up on board, and man, these guys are I don't even have words to describe what they're doing here today. But man, I'm still very glad to see where some of these teams are sitting down, especially with the PMNC teams. Seeing Team 911 already finding their way up on the top of the leaderboards, Brute Force also on top of the leaderboards. I'm seeing Federalians already start up playing well today, so I'm kind of happy seeing that the Federalians are also doing the putting themselves up on that board. But still, things are getting tougher and tougher in that Middle Eastern region. And before Middle East, we're fighting for 2 spots. At this point, DK, they're basically fighting for just 1. Because, I mean, Brute Force is actually the only team that is on 2nd place. GQ is running away with it. So every other team is fighting for Brute Force position. And Brute Force, it means they have a radar or a cursor on their heads right now.
Yes, sir, it does. And of course, speaking about, targets, right? We are going to be targeting that trivia question right now, looking to see just how much attention our viewers have been paying. And in case you forgot our names, you can see we're now just flexing it one by one. It's like, look here, look there. And then we surprise you with a trivia question that is going to be appearing. And of course, the question is, from the Middle East, which team had the highest points in the semi-finals, right? So, as you've seen now, we've got 3 leaderboards, right? We've got the Africa region, we've got the Middle Eastern region, and then we've got the combined one for the prize money. So, out of the Middle Eastern teams in the semi-finals, which team had the highest points, right? If you can pop that answer in, tell us who you think it is, and we'll tell you soon enough. Just who was the first person to get the right answer? I mean, it's an easier question than the challenging ones we had yesterday.
I think the first question is usually the easy one, right? The second one is usually the harder one. So that being said, the trivia question has been set in stone, and I know many of us are looking for that answer, but we will be back with the answer just after this short break. So be sure to join us out here in about 5-10 minutes, and we'll be right back. Do not forget to answer the question, though. Okay? Bye. See you soon.
Animal, give me a color. online. They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey. La, 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 la. PM too pricey.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship Middle East Africa Wildcard Edition. My name is DK. I'm joined by Mr. Crowns himself right here on all the action. But of course, as we know, right, 2 maps down. Map number 3, we are going to be getting into that lovely, sweaty jungle to see what our teams are going to be doing and who's going to be the team to clutch it out. Of course, we've already seen quite a bit of an improvement in just the first 2 matches so far today.
Yep, with the PMNC team stepping up, I am so happy and I'm so glad that these teams are already stepping up to the challenge,
Yeah, we need all those challenges across the board. But I mean, the players there from Team GQ, right, just doing their thing once again, coming in with an absolutely insane finish. I mean, what is that, a 19 elimination match? That is the craziest one that we've seen so far. I mean, that is also not too far away from the craziest numbers that we've seen accumulated in one single match. So, yeah, definitely got to give a big ups to the players there from Team GQ. Loving what they're doing right here. But, of course, the opportunity is there still for all the teams to show us what they've got and whether or not they'll be able to bring in a similar kind of performance. But, of course, as we know, right, we had a bit of a trivia question that we asked not too long ago. And for those who are not sure what the question was, here the question is once again. The question was, from the Middle East, which team had the highest points in the semi-finals? And I'm pretty sure we could have an answer somewhere. Did we get an answer, though? I'm not quite sure if we did receive, but we're going to find out. Oh, the answer was Honored Souls. So if you didn't know, now you know. But of course, we also look to see who was the person that gave that correct answer. And well, the answer to that is going to be 2 Wolfie. So well done and congratulations to Wolfie. You had the correct answer. GG's.
GG's, man. And we've just got to say it. Honored Souls getting the most points from the Middle Eastern region in the semi-finals. And now, right now, Honored Souls, this is not the Honored Souls that we saw in the semi-finals. They're not quite putting up the performances up yet on the board. And this is something that is quite concerning and alarming, if you ask me, DK.
It is a little bit worrying. I mean, you'd expect a team that has shown such great prowess to be able to replicate those efforts. But who knows, maybe that could be what they have in store for us in our remaining few matches.
I mean, this is day 2, DK. These guys cannot be sleeping this much, right? We're already seeing, and Honored Souls, they're in that Middle Eastern region, right? Which means Brute Force, currently in 2nd place, that's like pretty much the only position they can actually take, at least today, or get close enough to today, because we've seen these guys fight for this position, right? And now Honored Souls not playing as well. If these guys are hiding strategies, today is day 2. Today is the time to bring out all of that strategy, because you cannot keep waiting until the final day before you pull up your best performances.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too late. So hopefully now by this midway point, this is exactly where we could see that increase in performance come through. But of course, speaking about increases, right, we are just going to be reminding everyone about the lovely, lovely format that we have, right? Of course, it is going to be today's schedule. So moving into match number 3, it is going to be Group A, C, D, and E, who are going to be braving the lovely jungle once again. Curious to see what the outcome of it is going to be this time around, right? Because we want to see if we're going to have those repeat offenders come in, or maybe we could have a bit of an upset come in through as well. But of course, now jumping into our groups for those respective teams, or yeah, groups for the teams. There we go. I said it the right way around. It is going to be Group B sitting this one out. So that is Brute Force, 911, Desert Flame, and of course then the players there from 90th minute.
And I think these teams actually do need a breather, right? Especially with the 90th minute. Seeing the way they played in this last Miramar game, it just shows like, okay, I think now is the time for them to take that little bit of a rest to continue to show us what they, so they can actually check out what's going on in the lobby and go on with the rest of the games. But man, Group D, we mentioned it earlier on today that these are the teams that will be playing all their 4 games first. And right now, I've not really seen the teams in Group D do too much, except for Virtual Gaming Squad. But, like Jack Ocean on Fire Darkness, they've not quite woken up today.
Yeah, and they might have a bit of a rude awakening, right, if they continue to not step it up just yet. But as we take a look at our map pool, it is going to be the players there from Brute Force being our first team from the semi-finals to secure themselves that glorious winner chicken dinner. And then, of course, the players there from GQ. Just going back and it's like, you know what, it's fine, it's good, it's nice, but we'll take that winner chicken dinner. They, of course, need one more to come in on Sanhok, and then they've had a chicken dinner on every single map in our map pool.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like right now, we're almost at this point in the business economy situation where, Team GQ has a slot for every single one of their players, right? They've got 4 players and 3 chicken dinners, 1 more chicken dinner. And right now they have a whole lounge to themselves. And I don't think any one of these teams want that to happen at all.
Yeah, because they're going to be quite reluctant to leave that area, right? I mean, once they've gotten themselves established, we like business economy. It's not first class exactly, but it's close enough. It'll do. I mean, we're only going to be here for a short time anyway, right? So might as well just get right down to business, and I think it's quite fitting to have them there. But what I want to see though is whether or not someone is going to be able to contest against the side of GQ, because I mean, they've been doing some pretty phenomenal things out here, but we want to see the other teams also rise to the occasion just as Team GQ has. So I think this is a great opportunity, of course, for our viewers to let us know in the chat, on social media. Hit us up wherever you want. Tell us what your thoughts are. Do you think it is possible for any of our opposing teams to contest against the insane performance that GQ has brought in so far? Hit us up. Let us know what your thoughts are. And I'm curious to see what those responses could be. But I mean, moving into match number 3, Crowns, what are your expectations to see, right? Are you hoping to have any one particular team rise to the occasion, or what do you want to have happen here?
I mean, we're now heading into Sanhok, right? The most chaotic map of the game, right? And seeing the way Miramar turned out and the way these teams have played the first 2 games, for this Miramar, for this Sanhok, I would expect to see a whole lot of, I would say, action. And the reason why I'm saying this is because for the first 2 games, we've seen all 16 teams be alive to that 15-minute mark, right? So if you're going to be doing that in Sanhok, it means there will be a whole lot of trouble. And I'd like to see them do it with Sanhok without a hill strat.
Yeah, I mean, definitely that hill strat, it works if used in the right situation, right? But definitely having it as a predominant strategy, not the best way to go. But of course, just to remind our viewers as to how much work there is yet to be done. Let's take a look at those African points to see where the teams currently find themselves situated. It is still Smash Team sitting at the top of the leaderboard. But as you pointed out, Virtual Gaming, they took that leap right now, finding themselves all the way up in towards 3rd place. But they need to add on the side order of eliminations because they've only been able to find 15 so far. So that is going to keep the pressure up. But let's now take a quick look over on towards the Middle Eastern side to see what the situation is on that front. Of course, as we know by now, Team GQ sitting there with their dominance, Brute Force up in 2nd place. But there's still an opportunity for Stalwart to close that gap. I mean, they're only 15 points away, so that is very much within the realm of possibilities. 90th minute, Grounds, I feel they're going to have to do quite a bit of work if they want to catch up to Stalwart, potentially. But on its souls, I mean, 9 points on board.
Well, I can tell you something, DK, right? Given that today is just day 2, there's still 1 more day, right? So I think for most of these teams, the main point will be trying to catch up to the teams, or trying to just reduce that gap as much as possible. Currently, that gap is a chicken dinner away, I mean, it's like 20 points. With the chicken dinners we've been getting, they get like a chicken dinner with 5 elimination points. They're kind of catching up to that position.
Well, let's see whether or not that is going to be on the cards, though, because, I mean, it's still a little bit of a gap, right? It's not the craziest gap, but it is going to take quite a bit of work, seeing that we have other teams that are going to be looking to accomplish the exact same thing, right? They want to push for those points. And then, of course, you've got the monsters out in the field, Team GQ. They're just going to be standing in a lot of people's way. So there are several obstacles that these teams have to overcome in order to secure themselves a really strong finish. But, of course, we're here for the ride. We want to see what these teams do. We want to see all those upsets, all those changes, and just enjoy all the action that the teams give us.
Yeah, exactly. And even speaking of action that they're going to give us, this is why I'm going to throw the question back at you, DK. What are you expecting in this Sanhok game?
Oh, I want to see carnage. I want to see strategy. I want to see teams just get out there and maybe even kick a table out the door. Not even shake it up, right? Just run up, kick it straight out the door. It's like, you know what? I'm here. I'm ready to go. But stay away from the windows.
Stay away from the windows.
Door,
exactly.
Not the window. Yes.
I mean, we did see a little bit of window coming to play yesterday in the bootcamp area, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen in Sanhok today, especially with that bootcamp area, man. We saw that hot drop coming through between Leaders of War in Sanhok yesterday, and I'm really looking forward to seeing if we're going to see that bootcamp hot drop again come through, as hot drops is not something we really want to see, especially in a game like Sanhok. So I'm looking forward to seeing how well these teams will be able to rotate it, away from bootcamp, landing bootcamp on your own. Who's going to actually leave bootcamp for who? I think that is pretty much the question that I want to get answered.
Hang on. Did you just say that we don't want to see hot drops in bootcamp? Did I hear you correctly? No,
yes.
No. Bootcamp is the OG hot drop spot, right? We want to see teams fight it out. I want them to work, right? I want to see them sweat, just like I was sweating in the first two games. I want to see that action out on the battlefield. I want to see these teams really earn their slots, because I think that is what it's all about, right? National Championship, it's not about, right, just being in the right place every now and again. It is stepping out there, showing that you are deserving of those slots to move through into PMPL. Because as we've seen, once you take that step into PMPL, be it Arabia, be it Middle East, be it Africa, regardless of where you go, it is going to be tough. It is nothing like anything else, right? It is the pro league. The pressure is there, and the teams need to show that they are not only deserving, but capable of competing on that level. So I want to see what upsets these teams can bring.
Yeah, but then not a hot drop in bootcamp. I feel like with the hot drops, right? I think if you start getting into those early fights into the game, it kind of reduces your points. I mean, normally Sanhok is not even the best map where you want to even start getting points off of, right? So having to get started in bootcamp, battling that 50-50, I mean, it's high risk, high reward, but still, like you just want to fight it out, go for all of that late game action, because that is exactly where you want to be in, right? Those early engagements, especially in bootcamp where you could easily get third party. Nah, I don't think that's something that I really want to see.
Well, we'll see what is going to be happening. Of course, we are going to be hopping on that plane to see what the flight path will bring in. On that, we welcome you all to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy 5 minutes charging with 2 hours gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA for 2022. Now, as we know, right, Grounds, Sanhok, flight path, doesn't matter all too much, right? What is going to be more important is where that first initial zone is going to be going. But I have to say that the flight path that these teams have been dealt, it's not so nice, right? It is quite limiting up onto that northwestern side. So I think reaching a position like Camp Charlie, Docks, Kampong, Lakawi, Camp Bravo, those are going to be a little bit more challenging to get to, but still accessible if you pull the parachute at the right time.
Yeah, and this is the timing, and this is one of those absolutely monstrous circles, man. The circle up all the way. Once that circle is having a lot of Camp Alpha in it, there's going to be a whole lot of trouble out here in Sanhok. But look at the amount of water in the zone once again.
Oh, this is going to be pretty crazy, though. But I got to say, I'm liking myself a little bit of this northwestern action. Also, up in Trifecta is where we also then see the players there from Team GQ and Legends of War. But Legends of War already getting dealt a little bit of a tough hand, as we can see La Flame getting lit up. The shot comes in. The confirmation has not been secured just yet, but up in towards the lovely bootcamp. It's only 1 round going about their business, doing their thing, looking to see what they can get with regards to their own respective loot. And then as we just move a slight bit over towards the eastern side, it is Fianzo getting hit as Virtual Gaming Squad come in with a nice, great opportunity. This could be the first elimination.
Yep, definitely will be the first elimination. Hive Mind not quite finding themselves the best start to the day as they would have wanted. Smart choice from Leaders of War to not go to boot camp and play against the guys there from one round. But unfortunately, they decided to land in the trifecta where we've got Team GQ also having a little bit of fun in that place. And I don't know which would you say is worse? Do you want to fight against one round in boot camp, or do you want to fight against Team GQ in the trifecta?
I mean, based on what we've seen so far, right? I definitely say one round in boot camp, right? I think that is the safest. That's the safest bet to make at this point in time. But of course, speaking about Team GQ, right? They are beautifully perched up into trifecta, and I mean, this is quite an interesting terrain to play around. I mean, if you have yourself beautifully set up, it's in that transitional pathway of where the teams are going to be trying to push through to get themselves up onto that northwestern island. And speaking about islands, it is Wave now getting hit as Honored Souls just lay right into them.
Well, finally, maybe this will be the wake-up call that Honored Souls we've been waiting for since the whole of yesterday, and I hope this is it. GQ, though, they landed in the trifecta today, which is kind of surprising because yesterday they landed in Sami, right? Even with the playing path, Sami is somewhere they could have easily gotten to, but they decided to land in the trifecta today, which kind of makes me anticipate what they want to play in today's game.
Yeah, I don't know what the approach is going to be here. I mean, strangely enough, Sami is just way vacant, right? I mean, it's something that is probably worth a bit of a change up, as you know, the teams are still trying to find that strategy that works best for them. But now, as we see, that has, of course, then resulted in quite a few teams being situated up in towards ruins. And there's going to be a lot of focus now put on towards that far western breach, with the X team also now holding a pretty steady angle there.
Yep. Very steady angle, and everyone is just actually holding up on one entrance or the other to the Camp Alpha Islands, right? Because they know that is where, you know, most of the action. It's only a matter of time before he gets spotted here. He does get spotted. He sees the other player too. He takes him into a shot. Not quite able to get it to connect, but that man has got the ultimate squad wiper. The Shredder itself in the hand. Is he going to be able to hold it up?
Well, let's see. Agent 47 gets it in. There we go. And I mean, this is a good play, right? If you ask me which team do I think could maybe contest against the side of GQ, I would have said Mad Knight, right? That would be my first guess. But are they going to be able to get the job done? It's only 2 remaining hopefuls left now for the side of Team GQ. We've seen what a duo can do. But will this be Mad Knight looking to clutch it out?
I mean, they're up in a 2v3 right now, or 3v2. GQ only have 2 players up. It's going to be off Toffees and PO, the last 2 players left for that squad. And it does look like PO is the one who has to hold up against this 3-man team of Mad Knight, as his teammates is not looking to form up on him anytime soon. Team GQ going for those early elimination points for the Sandhawk rather than more of the placement points. I wouldn't say I vibe with it too much, but well, they're doing it, no? 5 eliminations? Or if they're able to get 4 eliminations, do you think that's enough?
I mean, I don't know. They are definitely capable of so many things. But the addition of Stalwood trying to move in behind them, that could provide that saving grace and, you know, just bring a little bit of that sigh of relief into the lobby, as they don't have to stress all too much about what Team GQ is going to be doing. But we'll have to wait and see how this one plays out. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams are either still situated on the eastern side, going about their looting business, or they're looking to just get themselves fortified up in towards the zone. But now Stalwood, this could be that upset, right? This could be the end of the road here for GQ. But it does seem like they're turning their focus a little bit more on towards Mad Knight.
It's only a matter of time before PO gets spotted, though. But Stalwood, as you said, they need to actually get a good game in this one in order for them to bump themselves on top of the leaderboards. GQ, on the other hand, they're having a run with it. And Stalwart, they need this game. GQ will not be able to show us that they can win the chicken dinner in Sandhawk, though, which is sad.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, let's maybe not lock that one in just yet, right? Because I mean, this is PO, right? PO was the one who landed the hit. to get that chicken dinner over on Miramar. So I wouldn't discount them just yet. I mean, so far they're doing a pretty amazing job with staying hidden, not getting spotted. But it's all going to come down to what the players here from Starwood are going to be doing, and whether or not they are going to be venturing up towards PO. Because at this point, PO just looks to be chilling, right? They're just like, you know what, it's fine. There's 2 squads here. I'm enjoying the grass. You know, I've got a nice bit of a rock here as well. You know, all the features are there that one would look for. But how long will they be able to stay in that position, though?
Yeah, and I think he's kind of lucky right now because Stalwart Esports are looking forward to playing for the late game, right? You can just see them like with the way they're playing this quiet, they're trying not to commit too much to that fight against Mad Knights because they're not too sure if that zone will be heading over to the Camp Alpha side or if it will be going down to the south, right? So you can just see them just playing it a little bit quiet, like, okay, we're not going to overcommit to this fight, at least not until this first zone closes up and shrinks, and which is actually a nice thing to do.
Yeah, I think that's a good strategy coming through from them. And I like this awareness also being shown here by Why Not, right? Just keeping a steady scope in on towards the players there from one round. I mean, we did see Escanor up in the ridge, but it is going to be Darkness now coming in swinging as they do find a few hits there. Oh, we do see the little lights now starting to pop on out. It is one of the players from the side of X Team who found themselves in a little bit of a tough position. But I mean, Wave, right? They're also still holding up in towards Camp Alpha. They've not had any reason to move out of that angle there. And Escanor just doing a little bit of a wiggle up behind the rock, trying to see if they can find the angle up on towards Be Safe. And again, Stalwart utilizing this trifecta region beautifully. 2 players kind of situated on either side of it. And I think this could be a good strategy.
Yep. It's actually a very nice strategy. They're able to gather so much information in this spot that they find themselves. Cool Boy on the Camp Alpha side of things, Be Safe on this other side. Everyone's just gathering much information. Same thing can be said about the side of one round. And you can just tell that Mad Knights, one round, Stalwart UAE, they're all in that center part of the circle, gathering just as much information as possible, anticipating what's going to happen for the next zone shift. And I think with how fast-paced Sanhok is, this next shift is going to determine what fights we'll be seeing next.
Yeah, I think that is a very accurate statement right there. But now, we do see the zone being quite
wow,
lenient. I mean, it's not the craziest shift. Most of our teams are still positioned up within that zone. But in case you missed the action a little bit earlier, this was Mad Knight pushing in on a team GQ. And this is how they got reduced down to only 1. All right, Mad Knight doing some phenomenal things right there. But as we jump right back into the action, it's going to be Stalwart still positioned up in towards the lovely trifecta, which is now pretty center zone, as we can see up on the map there. But I'm curious to see what the players there from the side of Ocean on Fire are going to be looking to do, as they have quite a bit of ground to cover to make it in.
Yep. And this is where I start to think they're going for the hill strat. Because they've spent so much time in the blue zone, one would think they're going for the hill strat. We saw the same thing come through from the side of GQ yesterday. But man, it's almost like if you're going to be doing this in Sanhok, it's good to see they have vehicles. But if you're going to be doing this in Sanhok, late rotations, I don't know. It's not something I would really, really support, especially with the way the lobby has been playing today.
Yeah, and Hivemind also being one of those teams that also still have quite a bit of ground to cover. I mean, they're not that far from the zone anymore. And I mean, they're also not on the far side of the zone either, right? So they have a little bit of leniency being granted towards them, but they are going to have a pretty tough entry point once they get to the edge. As we can see the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad and, of course, Blackjack occupying the area there. So curious to see how that one will unfold. But again, the team's starting to cram into that center zone. We're not seeing any sprays being brought through just yet. And I think this is the anticipation that's building up, because we're about to see that second phase zone closure come in. And then we'll have been granted with a beautiful reveal as to where Zone 3 is going to be taking us.
Yep, Zone 3 is also another zone that we're looking forward to, given that Zone 2 decided to be very, very vague as to which one of these parts of the map it's going to go to. I mean, we still have a huge chunk of the south still in that zone. The north is also still in that zone, and that eastern side from Boot Camp is also still in that zone. So many of the teams not quite deciding which part of the map they want to end up in. And right now, it's a matter of, I'm looking at that western side, and I'm like, who's going to be the hunter and who's going to be the hunted between X Team and Team Darkness? Because, I mean, both teams do look to be gatekeeping or breach camping. And it's a question of, if the zone moves to the south, it's going to be Darkness who's going to be on the advantage. If he goes north, X team are going to be the hunters in that situation. So it's kind of a fun one to anticipate.
Yeah, it is going to be quite an interesting one, but I think the zone is going to be the deciding factor, as you've already pointed out on that one. But now, we do see Timon now just doing their due diligence, to scanning up towards the north, looking in the direction there of Camp Alpha. Meanwhile, it is going to be the players here from one round. They've not moved up too aggressively out of boot camp, right? They've just got themselves situated up onto the hillsides. But I think it's a good position because it does allow them quite a bit of a vantage point, right? Quite a bit of information to gather as they are looking onto the players from Smash Team. Looking for a bit of a position to call home, but that blue zone is just creeping on in. 20 seconds or so left on the clock until it reveals itself. But where is it going to go, right? That's what we're waiting to find out.
Yep, and the question, and this will be like one of the games where we're actually in Sandhawk and we're waiting for the zone before we start to see any action, you know. Sandhawk is that map where we would normally just see the action from the get-go, but right now Sandhawk is staying up like a near map. We see that early fight, and then we go, oh, come on!
Oh, that's the thing, right? Right as you start talking about it, it happens, right? It's like they're just listening to us in some way, or as you said yesterday, they're feeling the vibes, right? Vibrating on the same frequency. And now we want to see what's going to come through here from one round as Knight is just inching the way a little bit further forward. But I would be a little bit wary about that play, right? You want to have just those extra few angles to, or weapons rather, to back you up, right? You don't want to just run straight on through and put yourself in a vulnerable position.
Yeah, and I did see that player drive up to that hill, Black Lost, and then he noticed that there was one round on the hill, and he did go back, which was making me surprised as to why he actually decided to return to the top of the hill all alone on his own, right? And now Elias finding himself in a very tough situation as the rest of his teammates have left him alone. The southern zone shift is what we get, and GQ did lose their last player, and we still have 15 teams left at the third.
Well, there we go, right? No wonder things are starting to cool down in the office here as well. It's because, you know, the pressure is off now. The teams have the opportunity to rise up and bring in those upsets. And of course, speaking about upsets, it's going to be Savage trying to get the spray up into Lelouch, but instead it is going to be Commando. And the rest of the players hammering on through. We do see Stop finding the spray into Lelouch themselves. But is the confirmation secured? Not just yet. Lelouch still alive. Well, that is the end. There we go. And now we continue onwards with 14 teams remaining. And of course, 45 players still spread out throughout this map.
Yeah, and the Smash team, unfortunately, not quite able to find a place to call home as they continue to try to bite in from that eastern edge of the circle. Would not work out for them, as now Darkness would be the hunters. X team did get taken out by Honored Souls as they made their way towards the bridge, and I think Darkness are going to be waiting for that team to try to cross the bridge so they can pick up a couple more eliminations.
Well, yeah, speaking about ground, right, as we can see on the map there, is going to be the players from Wave that still have quite a bit of a journey to embark on to get themselves situated up in towards the zone. I mean, sometimes the late rotation could be quite handy, but I'm not quite sure where they are going to be looking to pull in towards, because we've got one round, we've got virtual gaming, we've got blackjack, all just locking in on towards that northeastern edge of the zone. And I mean, you can't really get past them. The only option could be towards the western side or even the southern edge, but I don't think they have enough on their health bars to pull off such a rotation.
And I like this awareness coming through from the side of Honored Souls, no? You know, deciding to go to the other side of the island by swimming rather than using the bridge. Beautiful awareness coming through from them. But I don't know if they're aware of Darkness on the bridge or not. But I'm just still happy they decided to go for the swim rather than try to use the bridge to cross. That is nice awareness coming through. I've been waiting for the fight in the trifecta to get started, and I think we should be seeing it right about now.
Yeah, I mean, you could even say that is some pretty cool awareness, right? I mean, that's just, I don't know, I just had to squeeze that one in. But of course, as you can see on the map there, the zone has moved back up in towards Ruin. So this plays beautifully into the hands of the players there from Darkness and even potentially Winterfell from Legends of War. But now Stalwarts, they're going to be trying to close it up towards the northern side, taking aim on towards Mad Knight, as we can see Tyson Chi getting found out. The rest of the crew's positioned out in the blue zone, and they're not going to have the most favorable time here. But there's still a bit of an opportunity for the players there from Honored Souls to move in on that western front.
28 first aid kits in the backpack of Unknown. They tell that Ocean on Fire they've got that heal strat in mind. Right now, Hive Mind's also something on their mind, as you can just see them taking a couple of shots towards their direction. But if I'm Ocean I'm actually looking for a way to get into that next circle, because, you know, the circle waits for no one and Papa Blue waits for no one too.
100% correct on that one, and it's going to be pretty important for the teams, especially on that eastern side, to get themselves situated. Blackjack also now trying to rotate up utilizing their vehicles, but instead they have to go around to get across that bridge and then find safe passage on back. One round also still pushing up on towards this northern edge, so we could see them pulling in behind the place here from Stalwart, but it does seem like Stalwart have pretty much committed to trying to get that domination shown on towards the place here from Honored Souls.
I mean, 3 elimination onto the side of Stalwart Esports and 4 on the side of Honored Souls. It does show that both teams are actually looking to get to an early start of this game. Information's been gathered. Nice play coming through from Ocean on Fire, but unfortunately, that man is driving for too long. He's going to get uprooted by one of the players there from Hive Mind as the... Oh, that's sad. The thirst does come through.
Yeah, but still a very, very phenomenal spray indeed. But let's see where it goes, because the players from Blackjack still trying to wrap around. They've already got their 2 cents into the fight here. But now, High for Days, ooh, they have the opportunity. Akashi in a little bit of trouble. Fortunately, the shots doesn't find them just yet. But let's see whether or not Too Late will be on time with those hits.
Nice wordplay over there. Mad Knight with Agent 47 being one of their last guys left, having to hold it up. I think it might just be known, his position might be known by the players there from Honored Souls. But man, that zone is getting smaller and smaller. We still have about 12 teams alive in the circle. Winterfell gets spotted in the center of the circle, and the action continues out here in Sandhawk.
Yeah, it is going to be High for Days looking to just play on the elevation, but still they need to prioritize that zone positioning as it's moved to the north. Now playing in favor of Honored Souls, even in favor of the players there from one round. And this is where the trouble is going to come through. We got Cool Boy lying in the bushes, trying to set up a bit of a play here. But they're shrouded in cover, can't really find the angle just yet. So it's all going to come down to when they choose to move in. I mean, they're going to run out of options in about 10 seconds or so. So whatever they do, they need to do it relatively so quickly, as there are still 12 teams remaining with 36 players alive. And now, look at this. Ocean on Fire, under fire.
And it's so sad to see Ocean on Fire spend so much time to try to get into the circle. But unfortunately, this is what I was talking about when you start to do those late rotations, right? You run into that trouble of finding the best spots in the zone to actually hold. And that's the situation that Ocean on Fire has found themselves in.
It's going to go. The nades continue to fly on in. Oh, it is going to be the players there from Honored Souls looking to lock it up. It is going to be Bra now taking a bit of damage, but up comes the rush onto what's too late. And unfortunately, they are not quick enough with the reactions, but up comes their teammate. It is going to be Taybuk and the rest of the crew. Hassan also now cooking up a few nades, sending them out, trying to blaze their way on in. But the blue zone, as you said, will wait for nobody. A stop gets stopped in their tracks, having to abandon that vehicle. But the damage does not stop on towards Hassan and even on towards E-Flex.
And I see bleeps all over the mark, and that just goes to show you that there's so much action happening out here in the circle. But one round under a lot of fire from Honored Souls. They are on fire going into this game. 8 eliminations to the end. They have that momentum that they need, and you can just see them easily walking over the players there from one round as we continue on in this circle. Virtual Gaming Squad up there on that eastern edge. They hear all the action, and they want a little piece of it. One round getting taken back into the lobby, and the players there from Honored Souls continue with the prowess.
Oh, it's getting sweaty, but up comes Thanos. They got that finger on the ready. They want to get snapping, but already they sit on 10 eliminations, and instead it is Thanos to fall. But up comes Virtual Gaming Squad. They are not going to be scared off. It is going to be stopped to be found out next. And now Yazan holding on to that rock. Will they be sending out a bit of a nade to try and blaze their way up? Because already Honored Souls, right, trying to get a bit of a disengagement here.
No way. And I understand the idea of not overextending, but you know, right now this is underextending, you know, allowing this revive to come through. 28 seconds on the clock. I don't think that's the best of options. There was a third party team coming through from the side there of Federalians off in the off angle, but still Honored Souls, I feel like that is a fight that they could have confidently finished.
Well, that was Ninja now with a little bit of a fumble right there, trying to go in for the rest of their teammate, but now forcefully having to abandon that as we jump around. It is going to be the players from Honored Souls looking to get themselves set up already, now pushing further and further. This is the play, right, Crowns? This is the play that we've been waiting for Honored Souls, showing us why they were the top point owner coming through in the semi-finals. And now the beautiful spray connecting up on towards Yazan could seal the fate now of Ninja.
I mean, 14 eliminations already onto the side there of Honored Souls. This is wonderful to see from them. We've been waiting for this wake-up call from them, and this is them doing it again to our faces. We're down to the final 5 teams out here in the darkness. Able to spot that last player in the grass. Federalians go back straight into the lobby as we're down to the final 4.
Well, let's see what the final 4 are going to have for us. It is going to be a few shots now knocking on the door for them. As we can see, Rogo trying to reach on in a good position, being held on the southern edge. This reach line could work out absolutely phenomenally. But I don't know whether or not Ninja's going to be able to survive that blue zone. Honored Souls looking absolutely on point here. We've got the numbers. But are they going to be able to get that chicken? I mean, this is such a close call. Oh, it is going to be Bra just dodging the hit. But instead, Thanos gets found out. Up comes the hit on towards Rogo. Down they go. And now the push is on. It is going to be the players here from Darkness feeling the pressure as the zone now moves away. And this, of course, is Honored Souls moving in for the finish. Ultra up ahead. Up comes the hit. The spray, the play. They've got a DBS in hand, so Bra needs to be careful. Oh, but they clutch it out.
17 eliminations onto the side there of Honored Souls. And indeed, this will be a honorary chicken dinner for them as they've been on fire in this game. We've been waiting for this performance, and now they have been able to do it. Virtual Gaming Squad with the huge strat, Ninja with the last one, would pull that one off, but the side there of Honored Souls ultimately would get home with the winner chicken dinner. I'm so proud and so happy that Honored Souls are able to do this one. With 17 eliminations coming in with a bang, putting their names up on the board, showing that they have what it takes to be one of those winner chicken dinner. And one of the big boys in the lobby is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, a very well-deserved winner chicken dinner coming through for Honored Souls. And I mean, I think this is going to do amazing things for their team morale, right? I mean, just cracking that one open, I want to see more Honored Soul performances come through in their remaining matches.
Yep. They really need, and I hope they're able to work with this momentum, right? Having this winner chicken dinner with 17 elims, definitely their confidence is rising up, right? And they're gonna be able to work on that, and I'm looking forward to it. But then still, DK, they have a mountain to climb in order to make it into that top 2 that qualifies into the PMPL Spring.
Yeah, I mean, they did start the day off with, I think it was only 9 points to their name, so a very, very tough position to be in. But adding 32 points on top of that, right, it does elevate them quite a bit, putting them really close. I think that puts them on a grand total of 41 points. Now, coming into the match, that looks like to be around about that, the top of the right-hand page at least, right? So a beautiful lead coming through, but now they need to maintain the consistency, right? You were talking about this before. They have to showcase it all the way through in their remaining matches.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we really, really want to see. Now I'm glad to see that now out of the 3 games we've played today, 2 winner chicken dinners coming through from the PMNC teams. I am so glad of PMNC semi-finalists. I'm glad to see that one. Honored Souls finally stepping their foot on the ground, getting this winner chicken dinner is nice to see. Consistency is the word. Consistency is the game. Can you be consistent? That is what we want to see from you guys, Honored Souls. And I don't know, DK, would you say the PMNC teams are getting better now, or are the PMPL teams sleeping?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I definitely think that the semi-finalist teams are finding a lot more confidence in their play. I mean, it could be intimidating going up against defending teams coming through from their respective PMPLs, right? So the PMNC semi-finalist teams have no reason to have any doubt in their capabilities. But as you remember, before the match started, Grounds, I was saying that I want to see teams not only shake up the table, but potentially even kick them out the door, right? And I think that is exactly what Honored Souls did in this match.
Yeah, and then we even saw that come through from Brute Force too, right? With the one winner chicken dinner is capable of boosting you on the top of those boards so high. So that way you're already kicking the tables, you're breaking the tables, and now you're throwing it out of the door. One thing that I really enjoyed to see. High for this, it did look like they were onto something starting in that game, but they unfortunately did get gate kept as they tried to get into the circle. But still, I'm really looking forward to this team finding their footing on the ground. But unfortunately, maybe it might not just happen on this day 2 of the finals.
Well, they still have a few more to go aside from today's matches. I mean, for some of the teams, this was their third match, right? They have one more to go. So whatever they need to bring in, they need to focus on that in the last coming match. But definitely a great start coming into this match number 3. And this is where Sanhok does not disappoint. I mean, this is Sanhok at its finest, right? A team sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, just rising to the occasion, just clutching it out, breaking that mold, and stepping into their own once again.
Yeah, and I mean, Honored Souls was that team that it was a Sanhok game. I said it yesterday. It was a Sanhok game that threw them into the finals today, right? And now seeing that they're getting their first winner, as a matter of fact, their first good game on a Sanhok game is something that is not surprising me too much. And like you said, Sanhok would never disappoint, and that is exactly what we witnessed in this last Sanhok game.
Yeah, but it was interesting to see not a lot of teams out here sipping on that blue juice, as we know, right? Too much of a good thing is bad for you. Too much of a bad thing also not good for you.
I thought you were going to say it was good for you.
I had to set it up that way, right? Because I need to lead your thoughts in a specific direction and then bloop, turn the table on you. But either which way, yeah. I mean, we did see a few players trying that heel strat. I mean, one of the blackjack players was also attempting that. But as we know, the blue zone is no one's friend, and it will get the better of you. But as we had it, right, the teams fighting within the zone, trying to get the job done, and they surely did exactly that.
Yep. And Blackjack going for that huge strat is something that I'm a little bit disappointed, because Blackjack Esports, and this is why I was asking, at the PMPL team sleeping, because Blackjack Esports, this is not the Blackjack Esports we saw yesterday, right? It's almost like they're relenting, like they're relaxing on what is going on, right? Because we've not seen Blackjack Esports frag out today, And Ocean on Fire, was one of those teams that was also trying to attempt a huge strat. And I'm just like, it did pay off. They got a 4th place finish. But seeing the way the team played ultimately, it was almost like they're just relaxing, like, okay, we don't want to do anything else. We're just going to rely on that huge strat.
Well, as we know, those heel strats don't always pay off. Sometimes they do. But let's take a look at our match rankings to see what the whole situation is, to see what the points were and how many went over onto the side of Honored Souls. 32 points. That is the answer. It wasn't a trivia question, but regardless, it is right there. And of course, now Virtual Gaming Squad also bringing in some very much needed points, right? I mean, they've been showing a very steady climb up the leaderboard. As we know, they were sitting on 53 points at some point, and that is going to award them a nice bit of a jump.
I think I'm just going to give the consistency award for today. Maybe I'm giving it a little too early, but I think I'm going to give that consistency award for today to Virtual Gaming Squad, because I'm actually impressed with the numbers they've been putting on the board today. I mean, 18 points now in Sanhok. This is just nice to see. Ocean on Fire too, 9 points now. I mean, they're almost averaging that 8 points per game, which is kind of good to see. But at the same time, we still want to see them put up more numbers because they're on the bottom of the leaderboards, right? And then even Team Darkness too, putting up numbers on the board is just very good to see.
Yeah, an absolutely phenomenal play indeed. We do have a little bit of a top-heavy play coming through there. But let's see, of course, then how that is going to be translating through. I mean, we're going to be jumping into the Africa side first to see what the point situation is and where exactly our teams are going to be finding themselves. Have we had any major upsets come through? Of course, well, yes, Virtual Gaming Squad have risen to the top in the Africa section. Of course, sitting on a very, very comfortable and delectable 71 total points.
DK, one round is now in the top 5. 911 ejected with 1 point. Wow. This is what one game would actually do to you. I mean, there's a couple of games outside there, but still, I'm liking what I'm seeing. One round, they've been having that steady climb since yesterday, and now they've done it today.
Yes, sir. They've definitely done it. But of course, right, this is only the Africa region. Let's take a look and see what the Middle Eastern side looks like. as we know, the players there from Team GQ, they weren't able to secure any crazy points this time around, but still, they are sitting all the way at the top, 134 points to their name. But Brute Force trying to close that gap right now, up on towards 77 points. And I love this back and forth, especially towards the top of the leaderboard. It just shows you that even though we have one team well ahead, it is still very competitive.
Very competitive indeed, right? Bruce Force still has 2 games to go today, which is nice to see. So that gives them a couple of chances to, find themselves on the top of the leaderboard. We do see Stalwart UAE trying to draw closer. Same thing can be said about 90th minute. And Honored Souls now finally looking like they can close that gap between themselves and that second space spot.
Yeah, I mean, that is a phenomenal jump. I mean, just previously, they were sitting all the way over in that 20th position, but in one good game, they jump up 8 slots into 12th place. I mean, that is quite the play. But now, as we were discussing already, they need to focus that momentum, right? And just push through. They still have 2 more matches to go. So that means a beautiful Miramar and a beautiful Erangel could lie in wait for them.
I mean, that is wonderful to see, but I just want to take this time to just talk about Desert Flame Esports. Starting off today with 21 points, right? And now they've gone into this next game and they're not still able to gather more than 3 points today. That is not the Desert Flame that we know. This is not the Desert Flame that we actually want to see. So, you want to put the numbers up on the board, Desert Flame, and make sure that you're climbing on the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that one. And I mean, the stakes are pretty high. But as we know, moving in towards Miramar, as we said yesterday, it is a map in which Desert Flame has had... They've had some success on it before, right? In past games and past events. But we want to see that consistency now come through. We want to see a team like Desert Flame rise to the occasion. But also then I want to add the players there from Legends of War. Legends of War to it as well, right? We want to see them step up with the efforts because currently they are occupying that 20th position.
Yeah, and in case you guys never knew, 20th position is one of those positions that is not getting any of the prize pool. So, man, you do not want to be finishing in that position at all on the map. Virtual Gaming Squad, the only team in the top 5 without the winner chicken dinner. Kind of glad to see that, but still, they need to put up the chicken dinner on boards because, as we know, when we start to talk about the tiebreakers, chicken dinners come first.
Yes, sir. That is indeed exactly what it is. So, yeah, those chickens help, right? Aside from really feeling amazing and, having you feel all fulfilled, right? As you pointed out, it does help with those tiebreakers as well. But, of course, I'm curious to see who's going to be the team to step up and do the business, right, over on towards Miramar. Because, as we know, it wasn't the players from Team GQ yesterday, but today it was. And now, just for those who are curious, of course, match number 4 is going to be Group A, B, D, and E. So Group C are going to be sitting this match out.
I'm actually more curious to now see who's in Group C. I feel like I should know these teams by now. But yeah. Seeing Group A, B, D, and E show up, and which means for Group D, this is the last game where they can actually put up points on the board. So Blackjack Esports, now is the time. Virtual Gaming, this is your last game to actually solidify your position on that leaderboard.
Well, there's your answer, right? Group C, it is going to be X Team, Hivemind, Wave Esports, and none other than Team GQ, right? But, I mean, realistically looking at it, they are still at least 60 points ahead of the competition. So that's not a gap that's going to get closed in one match. Maybe a gap that could get closed in two matches, but we know that is going to be up to a team like Brute Force, for instance, right? Who are up in that top 3. So if anyone can make it happen, it's definitely going to be our team sitting in second and first.
Yeah, and we all know, like, when it comes to that Middle Eastern board, when we look at that, right, we know, like, all eyes currently is on Brute Force because everybody's gone in for that position, right? At this point, teams wouldn't even mind being second place, right? Because that first place team, GQ, is just running away with it. And man, right now, every team has just this next game to try to catch up to Team GQ as much as possible. Because on the final game of the day, guess who's back? It is going to be Team GQ. And we saw that yesterday. The game where Team GQ did not play was where, what team was it? I believe that was where we got the 30 bomb from one of the teams, and GQ can come back and they're like, oh wait, someone did 30. Here is 33. We can do better. So we know you don't want to do too well because GQ is going to try and double that.
Well, speaking about doubling that, let's take a look at our map pool just once again to show us who has already locked in those previous winner chicken dinners here today. Of course, it is none other than Brute Force getting that very first one. GQ locking in match number 2. So we know by now, right? It is very safe to say that GQ will not be getting the chicken dinner on map number 4, right?
Yep.
If they did, I would be really amazed because, you know,
not like it's actually possible, but yeah, I'm liking the way we're seeing. As of this time yesterday, we were calling out the PMNC teams that PMNC, you've got to put up your numbers on the board. Semi-finalists, you have to start winning chicken dinners, and today we're glad to see that 2 of them are able to make it, and it's not just any 2. We're looking at 2 of the best teams that we got from the semi-finals, showing us that they have what it takes to put up numbers on the board. So I'm impressed to see them do like this as we're about to head into win match 4, another Miramar match. Do you think it's actually going to be as crazy as the first one?
Well, I think it's going to be even more insane, right? That's what I'm hoping to see. That's what I'm kind of expecting, Loki hoping for. But as we know, right, all will be revealed as the teams are going to be prepping themselves. Of course, in the meantime, we are going to be warming up the engines on the plane, ensuring that everyone is, securely buckled into their parachutes. Aside from the pilots, right, they don't need to wear parachutes as they are going to be driving the plane all the way across. Yes, I did say driving. We know they're flying, but same thing, right? They're still steering it in some direction. But either which way, the teams are getting themselves ready to showcase their talent up again on the lovely, lovely Miramar. Now, what I want to see potentially come through in either this match or the next one, right, is one of the teams from the Africa side, one of the semi-finalist teams, securing themselves a winner chicken dinner. Because Honest Souls and Brute Force, both those teams are from the Middle Eastern side, right? So we want to balance things out. And as we saw also then from the defending Africa side, we only have 1 chicken dinner allocated to that end. So, right, you need to balance those tables because currently we do have Middle East on an absolute rampage.
Yeah, Middle East, Joshua, like once we look at the comparison of both leaderboards, we're just seeing Africa, just that 1 chicken dinner from Smash Team. And then when we look at Middle East, we're seeing like, whoa, the remaining chicken dinners is just like chicken dinners all across the board. And I think at this point, only X Team on the Middle East part is the only team that actually doesn't have a winner chicken dinner. Every other team has got chicken dinner on the Middle East side. So Africa, I think now is the time to stand up. If you guys have got more teams in the lobby, so you might as well just, step up to the challenge and put up the numbers on the board. There is another Miramar match to actually put it up on the board. Now, DK, which African team should actually get the winner chicken dinner?
Oh, I'm up for any team showing that Africanacity, right? That's what I want to see. I just want to see the teams banding together. But let's see. Okay, so out of the teams that we have to choose from, if I have to choose from our semi-finalists, I would maybe go for a team like, I don't know, let's say maybe 911, Hive Mind, or the Federalians, right? Those would be my picks come through from the semi-finalist teams.
I think I like the way Hive Mind has played today. But 911 have not really shown us what they're made of. So I'm looking forward to see 911 play today's game or win this game.
Well, as we know, we need to welcome you all to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy 500 charging and 2 hours gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G. PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA for 2022. Now, Grounds, looking at what we have come through from that flight path, it is already starting over in that southwestern side. But it does look a little bit more lenient this time around, right? Not as limiting on the teams, and they definitely have a little bit more of accessibility with regards to those preferred drop locations.
And I think so many of these teams are actually going to be happy about this one. That yes, finally, a plane path we can work with, a plane path where we don't have to find too many vehicles. Although I don't know about the guys that land in Los Leones, though. They might be running into a little bit of an issue with that. But every other team should be quite all right with where they're landing. And yesterday we did see 911 pull up a very good performance in their Miramar game. I mean, they kind of bottled close to the end by not looking at Stalwart UAE. But, just to buttress that point, that I feel like they're a team that might just be able to run away with the last chicken dinner on Miramar for today.
Well, let's see what is going to happen and who will be running away in which direction. I do appreciate the spread coming through from the teams here, right? Desert Flame moving into that western side, but of course it's all going to be for North as the Zone has taken a super swing over onto that far east edge. I mean, this is almost
Deja vu.
exactly what we had in the first Murmur.
At that production, if you can hear me, I think you guys have got game 2 playing again. I don't know. This is not game 4. But I mean, this is why we love PUBG Mobile, right? Because as much as this first zone might look like the zone we got in game 2, there is no certainty that it's going to follow the same shifts and the same progression as it followed in game 2. I know that was a mistake I made when I used to play competitively.
Well, maybe it could be a repeat. I mean, if that's okay. It's not gonna be a repeat, obviously, because we know that the players there from GQ are not here, right? So they won't have the opportunity to get that chicken dinner once again. But maybe we could see the same kind of momentum being replicated here, right? With teams really looking to double down on their efforts, showing that increase in performance. And speaking of that, it is going to be Winterfell getting the first knock in right there, right at the expense of the Beast coming through from Mad Knight. I mean, we were talking about teams stepping it up already. Legends of War doing exactly that.
Well, Legends of War getting into like early engagement, and they're not on the losing end. Nice to see. I'm happy to see that. A little bit of BM there to get the thirst, but still, in a situation where you do not have too many bullets, you might as well just turn to using your hands to get the thirst. But anyway, yeah, I'm curious to see if they want to continue on that chase for the players there from Mad Knight, or if they want to just leave that, go into Picado, and get looted up. After all, they're very close to the area.
Yeah, they definitely are pretty close to that area, so they still need to decide where they want to go. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they know exactly what they want to do.
Oh, wait.
But is that going to be possible, though? Yeah, I mean, who doesn't, right? Who doesn't? But speaking about who doesn't, it is going to be Mad Knight Fireboy. Now about to feel that pressure come through as Legends of War. Oh, have their eyes set on the target. And that is Vibes just clutching it out. I mean, what a great off-angle play that was. Completely unexpected.
I tell you, he never saw that coming. And that is just where we start to see players thinking out of the box, and how familiar you are with the type of buildings you have in the map. You remember saying this yesterday, that the way you play in Erangel is not the same way you play in Miramar. The strategies are different. So the way you push a building in Erangel is not the same way you push a building in Miramar. And that is what the players there from Legends of War have just displayed. But this thing is very surprising. Seeing Desert Flame out here in Opozo with brute force. What do you think is going on here, DK?
I'm not quite sure what to make of this, right? Because this is not a position that we see Desert Flame occupy all too often. But I think it's going to be a good opportunity here for Desert Flame to, just show a little bit more of that aggression. I mean, they've already been doing a phenomenal job, already sitting on 44 eliminations to their name. So they are more than capable of. But now, a team like Desert Flame, I don't know what the setup is here, because normally the matches in which they have a lot of success are the maps in which they rotate from the north. Currently, they're not rotating anywhere. They're just trying to survive up in towards Pozo.
Man, when it comes to Opozo, you have to know the lay of the land, right? There's like so many tricky buildings here and there. There's walls you can climb. There's like, roofs you can get to. And I don't know how familiar are the players from Desert Flame with this area, right? And I don't know, brute force, as much as they might want to live up to the name, I'll just say find your vehicles and just leave the area. You probably do not want to take this fight, because early engagement, just not something I don't think I'm going to support.
Yeah, but especially if it's so far from zone, as we can see, they are on the edge of about like 2 kilometers, 1.9 kilometers. And as that zone starts closing in, the terrain also is not the easiest terrain to cross. So you're putting yourself at a bit of a disadvantage, and you could be taking quite a bit of a dip in that health bar, right? I mean, that's not even the word I was looking for, but either which way, I guess it will work for now. But now, speaking of which, right, the teams are going to be looking for that continuation. Virtual Gaming Squad also now just on the edge of that zone, going through the beautiful San Martin. and they are uncontested, which is great for them. But are they going to find what they need to continue their role further in towards the zone?
Well, that is a very crucial question. I'm looking forward to seeing how some of these teams are going to play, especially seeing the way the first game went, right? I want to see if there'll be so many teams or there'll be more teams heading for that shoreline today, right? We already see the players there from Ocean on Fire down there on Puerto Paraiso. I mean, that is their drop location, but you can already see them just chilling on the shoreline. Same thing can be said about 911, right? So I'm just looking forward to seeing how these teams are going to play. And looking at the position of some of the teams, you can tell that those teams that played in the first game are kind of positioning themselves towards where that zone ended in that first game. You know, looking very close to that Minas area, just trying not to move too far. So just in case.
Yeah. I mean, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, yeah, that's not so nice. But either which way, it is going to be the team still continuing on their way. Brute Force now trying to reach in on towards Desert Flame. But if we look down towards the southern edge of the road, that's going to be the players from Darkness now rotating up towards the players from Ocean on Fire. And as you said, right, they haven't moved an inch. They are just going about their business, enjoying the beach in all its glory. But they are going to be potentially contested momentarily. And then, of course, if we look up on towards the north, we have the lovely players here from 1 round making their entry into a zone and a really comfortable area to be situated in, right? There's nobody else that they have to fight for an angle of, and they can just go about their business, look to see, and maybe even rotate all the way down towards Impala.
Yeah, we'd like to see how well they're going to play this time. Maybe they would probably use the scouting better this game. You know, we saw them do a little bit of poor scouting in that first Miramar game. So I'm looking forward to see if they've actually learned their errors or learned their lessons and seeing that they will just do their rotation quite nicely. Brute Force, on the other hand, deciding to leave that fight. I kind of like the peaceful resolve that Desert Flame and Brute Force were able to come to in El Pozo. And yeah, nice rotations coming through from both sides.
Yes, sir. But I mean, nice is only nice for so long, right? We need to see the teams step it up, right? Because we're not here for a nice time. We're here for a good time. We want to see all the action come through. As there is Hassan now, taking aim on towards Be Safe, and the rest of the players there from Stalwart are going to be looking to sneak their way through, maybe getting a little bit closer towards where we see Darkness, but of course that zone is going to reveal itself momentarily as well. So let's see where it goes and what these teams have to work with.
Yep, it's baiting that drop, and then it does go down south. And man, DK, this is looking too close, too similar to the first game. And I don't know what is going through the heads of all of the IGLs in this lobby, because it's a tough one, especially if they played the first game.
100% with you on that one. But here we go. It's going to be Tay-Book, I guess. Trying to find a little bit of a spray here. We got Diaz also trying to find, a little bit of that 4x4 action. Not the easiest map to do it on. Hassan just wrapping their way up that very long staircase, making it to that top floor. And now they have an absolutely phenomenal vantage point to play from. We're not quite sure what the players here from High 4 Days are going to be doing, but they are sticking to what their name suggests, right? They're right up on the top floor, and they have that vantage point to play from.
Exactly. They just have to be high, you know? Rotational clusters coming through on that northern edge of the circle, as we do see the side there of Jesus. Smash Team getting started with the side there from Brute Force. Sorry about that. But yeah, we do have that rotational cluster going up on that northern edge of the circle. And we can already see so many teams fighting for that shoreline position. You know, 911 already getting into that skirmish with the side there of 1 round. And everyone is just getting too close and personal heading into this 4th game of the day.
Yeah, this is where I say, Crowns, my friend, welcome to the club, right? I have also run out of words mid-sentence. So, yeah, it is what it is. But here we go. 1 round now going to be looking to apply the pressure on towards 911. The flames are all over the place. But it is going to be 47 Eagle now feeling that heat as the spray comes in from Knight. Will they survive? The answer is no. Instead, Knight says good night. And off they go, ready to spread their wings somewhere else and be safe. Not doing what their name suggests, right? Instead, they play it out in the open, and High 4 Days just come in swinging.
A wonderful strategy coming through from High 4 Days here, because, you know, having that isolation come through, understanding what the players there from Stalwart UAE are doing was absolutely crucial to them getting that elimination, right? You know, and it has paid out well for them getting that one alien. But now they find themselves in a very tough situation because now their enemies have got that high ground advantage over them. So Stalwart, what do you want to do? Do you want to take this fight or do you want to disengage? Because this confusion has cost them one player now.
Yeah, you definitely can't be confused at this point, right? You need to keep your eye on the prize. Focus on that objective. And High for Days are going to be exploring the area. They've not yet noticed that the players from Stalwart have actually disengaged and looked to get themselves wrapped around that southern edge. Meanwhile, it's going to be one round. And 911 still continuing on with the onslaught. Meanwhile, we do see Stop there from Virtual Gaming Squad getting ended up by the blue zone. We got the players there from Smash Team also now still on the approach. They've got that initial anchor point set up. Two players held up on the very edge of zone. Ilias and Lelouch still having to rotate on through. But looking up into Impala, this is where things could get quite interesting. We've not yet seen a team really move onto the hills, just on that southeastern side.
Man, I'm actually glad to see like only a couple of teams actually be on that eastern side. Everybody does seem to want to go towards that center of the circle, which is kind of weird because of that. We get a very dangerous shift down to the south. And Ocean on Fire, we're just about to start heading towards the north. But right now, they're going to be like, nope. I guess that's what we put a pause to that rotation. We're going to stop just right here and hold on this position. This is what we say. Because we had this zone in zone 2 in game 2 does not mean we get the same thing in game 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely where the players there from Ocean on Fire want to kick themselves right. They're just like, man, we had such a great spot. Now we might as well turn around and go right on back. I mean, at least they're adding a little bit of distance travel to their statistics, right? I mean, it's good, I guess. It counts for something. But speaking about things counting for something, it is going to be the one round and Blackjack now trying to go at each other while still maintaining a bit of a rotation, a bit of a relocation, a little bit more towards that southern edge. But Stalwart, they have prime real estate close to center zone, as we can see the compounds right here alongside them as well. But now Federalians are going to be looking to apply that pressure from the north.
Exactly, and it's going to get choked up on that north real soon. So if you're going to start the fight right now, you have to be getting ready for the third party. So man, if you're on that north, keep your eye out, keep your watch. Federalians out there in the center, though, you do look to be looking towards the side of Stalwart UAE, which I don't understand this position being held by Stalwart UAE. They're out in the open, definitely not one place they want to be. I mean, this part that the zone has shifted to has a whole lot of high grounds, and it's going to get really tricky.
Yeah, I mean, you got to really climb that mountain if you want to get into a good spot. But I think the team at this point with the best position is probably going to be the players from Desert Flame. Right, they've snuck in onto that southern edge, while the rest of the teams are focused towards that more northern edge. And I mean, up here is where all the carnage is going to come through. Stalwart, as you said, in a very interesting kind of spread. I mean, we do see the players from the side of Ocean on Fire managing to get relatively close to where they've dropped, but 911 instead now moving in behind them, and that flank strategy could maybe pay out in their favor. But of course, we still have quite a bit of disruption now on the edges of zone.
I mean, we're going to that 15-minute mark, right? And there's still 16 teams alive. And I like this thing that I've seen today. The fact that teams are able to hold up for about 15 minutes, at least 15 minutes in the game, able to prevent themselves from committing too much to those early engagements and finding a way into the circle is just nice to see. That's what we call prioritization. And these teams have been able to do that in today's games.
Yes, sir. You need to try and prioritize as much as you can. But, I mean, they are going to be running out of options pretty dang soon, right? I mean, down to single-digit seconds as the timer is slowly ticking on down. That blue zone is going to start closing all the way in. And the next zone moves even further south. Now, this is the prime real estate opportunity for Oceans on Fire to show us what they've got up in their home turf. But are they going to be able to hold on and hold strong as 90th minute are still one of those teams having to make a play now and move through from this northern area?
It's an absolute nightmare when we start to talk about the zone. That's a 50-50 split between land and water. And there's 16 teams. I do not know, 15, pardon me. I do not know how these teams are going to do this. Half of the part to play is not even It's not even playable. And you can see this hurried rotation coming through from all of these teams. And left to me, if I'm a team here, I think I'm going to forget about the rotation and try to get as much heliums as possible. Because, I don't know, getting a spot in that zone, I don't like the odds.
I mean, you might as well go out swinging, right? And this is where we've not yet seen any particular team go crazy with those elims. It is going to be godlike, though, to secure that head up onto Ban. Adding the very first elimination now for Darkness. Maybe the second one is just lurking around the corner. But Legends of War, they're going to be pushing in on the southern edge. And the zone now, as you said, right, being 50-50. And this is what I like to see. The teams really being tested. They've spent 15 minutes to get themselves positioned here. And now it's all going to come down to the next few moments to show us who will be the team able to hold on. But look at that. Vibes coming through with some pretty insane mini 14 tap-aways.
And Brute Force actually being teammates to decide there for being teammates out there to 98 minutes. It's kind of nice to see getting those knocks, and then you're like, okay, I got the knock, you can get the thirst. But man, this is where I start to say it gets chaotic, because there's only so much land that you can play in, and it's a question of how well and what team would be able to hold this one quite nicely. As Honor Souls now find themselves crashing onto the side of Brute Force. One knock just come through, and it's going to be Bra opening up the field for the side there of Honor Souls.
Yeah, but we want to see Bra come in with that Bra, Taga, Taga, right? That's what we want. We want to see those plays come through. But of course, it is still going to be a very, very chaotic play, especially on these outlying areas. We can see more and more players now starting to fall. Federalians coming under fire. We've got the players from the 90th minute now looking to apply all the pressure they can find on towards Blackjack. And Zeke now having to quickly duck in behind some hard cover, but out comes the nade from Fist. Oh, so close, but opens up the opportunity, and that forces Zeke to get pretty exposed.
This has to do it. This has to be the grenade that takes Zeke back. And it's a good one. It lands right on top. Zeke accepts it with open arms as he does get grenaded. And that's going to be Blackjack Esport losing one player. I feel like they could have come, or they should have formed up on him a little early. Maybe give him a little bit of cover fire. But unfortunately, that is not going to happen. Two nades being cooked. One is overcooked. One is right on time. But unfortunately, none of them would be doing the damage, as Honored Souls still find themselves in this little bit of a stalemate with the side there of Brute Force.
Yeah, but this we want to see. Honored Souls now still being quite contentious here. Yes, they've not had any success with eliminations just yet, but they're holding on to some decent numbers. But looking at Darkness, they just want to try and break it out, right? Already being able to find themselves with 33 points over their 7 matches. Will they be able to secure any additional points now? 90th minute. Caught on the very edge of that zone. It is going to be a slow closure coming through in the next 30 seconds or so. So the pressure is going to be on. This is where the teams need to make those really decisive plays, right? Are they going to play for a little bit more of a dominating angle, or are they going to try and just risk it and rush it potentially?
I mean, that zone is not even helping matters. The whole entire north of that circle is almost unplayable. There's no cover to work with. I don't think that's where teams even want to find themselves in as they continue to rumble and tumble out here in the little buildings that they have to kind of work with. Honored Souls, definitely this is the point where you might have to just push up onto the side of Darkness, and I think they heard him just right on time. But the DBS in the hands of Godlike is an absolute chaos as he's putting in the damage into the body, putting in the gauges into the body of the side there of Honored Souls.
Yeah, you can almost call that an engagement, but either which way, it is going to be Watson right here on the edge. Trying to reach on through, you know. Oh, it's going to be Vibes taking quite a bit of damage. Not quite sure if they got flung out of their vehicle, or it was actually the spray coming through here from Oceans. Yes, it was. Oh, Bungle getting an absolutely phenomenal spray, but this is now pure carnage as 3 of the 4 players from Oceans on Fire are finding themselves in quite a troubling situation.
Man, and it was bound to happen. It was just a matter of time before all of this action would unfold. And now there's only so much you can do. You get enough, but you cannot go for decent because you do not want to overextend. And now, high for this, they're just taking the shots from even direction that they're not even aware existed. As they're just taking the shots into the smoke. Spraying and spraying at its finest.
Yeah, spraying, praying, and hoping that they hit a few of those shots, right? I mean, 1 or 2 of them has connected on through, but not all of them just yet. a very fortunate position, though, of all the players coming through from the High for Days team. Now, Virtual Gaming Squad will be looking to make a bit of a stand coming in from this lovely eastern edge of zone. Got a bit of an opportunity on towards Desert Flames. You can see those health bars not looking all too optimal, but here we go. Where's Virtual Gaming going to try and take this next play?
And I just think Virtual Gaming are just at this point where they're just trying to relax and try to just let every other person fight it out before they start to, get so thirsty for those elimination points. 98 minutes on the other hand, trying to ride the lobby with a little bit of experience, and I can see that already coming through with the way they just hold it up on that northern side of the angle, right, of the map. The only cover which is located there, which is just that mass, is where they seem to be holding. And they're just chipping in those little shots into every single smoke and direction that they find. Getting those damage points, getting those knocks.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like echolocation, right? Just sending out a little bit of spray, trying to see where those hit markers land. Oh, yes, Darkness now on fire as they are getting pushed. But look at that brute force. Neo is just like, you know what, the flames are so nice, I need a few myself. And, they get it.
Oh, that was so close. I really thought he grenaded his teammate there, but Freeport did have a smoke going out there for his teammate, and Brute Force already getting one little angle on the top of the hill. He gets that revive. Oh, I thought the bar was down there. But yeah, Brute Force now, they've overcome the challenge of pushing the team, Darkness, that they had out there in front of them. But now the question lies, how do they get down the hill? Because they actually have to make that descent.
Yeah, it is going to be quite the dangerous play up ahead of them. But we also see the players there from Federalians moving into position. Oh, but look at this. It's going to be Burst now stepping up. Takes a little bit of damage coming through from that nade. But the full stand up into the vehicle. Zakaria does get traded right on down. And this is now the opportunity for a little bit of that overpowering play to come on through. But it's going to be Max from Federalians getting caught in the crossfire. Luciano having to try and survive, also alongside Danzo, but the pressure is on. As Legends of War, they have their mindset, right? They've got their goals set up, and now looking to clutch it out, locking in that 8th elimination.
And I love to see that full 4-man up, 9 eliminations to the name, and they're looking to continue on this fight as the Federalians not looking to be able to stand any chance at all towards their position. Brute Force get eliminated from the lobby as they try to make that descent down the hill. I said it was going to be a tough one, and indeed it was tough for them as they get sent back. Virtual Gaming Squad, they've been calm when they needed to be calm, and now is the time for them to actually stand up and start doing all of those damage.
Yes, sir. The opportunity is definitely right in front of them. But I'm loving the way that Legends of War have been able to secure themselves double-digit elims, right? It seems like from that third match, everything that we've been asking for has been granted, right? Teams just stepping up and performing like they should have been performing from the get-go. But it's great to see them get into the swing of things here. And of course now, down to 6 teams to go, 13 remaining players left to try and duke it out. As we can see, a little bit of a vacancy up in towards that northeastern side of zone. But either which way, the players now focusing all their efforts on getting themselves situated within the compounds. We have 3 squads still rocking a 3-piece, and that could maybe be the determining factor.
Yeah, and one thing that could also be the determining factors are the stranding solos who are just hanging around, who might just be able to put in a work, but the one from Federalian will not be able to be an obstruction and does get sent back into the lobby. We're down to the final 5 teams, 12 players alive, and they're trying to see which one of these teams would be strong enough to actually overcome this very challenging zone, which we get as the zone just shifts down to the south.
Oh! It's going to be Legends of War trying to risk it out, and Winterfell does fall. As we can see, the spray is coming through here from Why Not, and it's the opportunity now for the players from Stalwart UAE to show a little bit of that domination, already sitting in the 7 eliminations. Ooh, but are they going to find any more? They've got the zone at their back. They can focus all their attention, just spraying down whoever dares move up ahead of them. But Virtual Gaming Squad, what a phenomenal setup this is. They have the only compound in that center zone, and this allows them amazing leverage.
It stayed so quiet, and now they're making noise at the time that it counts. And that's just one thing I've enjoyed from Virtual Gaming Squad. This is why they've been so consistent today, and they continue on showing us exactly what they've got. 9-1-1, the last player left quality. You know, he's very strong, but not as strong as the flame from La Flamme as he does taking back into the lobby. That is wonderful play. Instant knock and lobby coming through from the side of Leaders of War.
Oh, amazing, amazing gun skill being shown right here. But here we are, down to 5 teams. Virtual Gaming Squad, only squad with the overpowering numbers. And it is going to be Savage to lay it into. Why not? Getting that knock on in. And now it turns to Supra to try and bring in a super performance. But will that be on the cards as the zone is going to be closing in? We've got about 30 seconds and a bit of change left before we see when that 8th phase is going to be moving. I'm expecting it to move into that no man's land, as that is usually what we see happen here. But is it going to be ending before that, as Stalwart UAE now runs down to only 1 remaining hopeful? But still, Virtual Gaming Squad have the positional advantage here.
Yeah, and this is where we start to answer our trivia question from yesterday. How many zones do we have in PUBG Mobile? As we're about to get that 8th and final zone pop up on our screen, and then it just becomes no man's land. Every part is the zone, but it just starts to close up. And now this is where teams have to get up close and personal. A couple of buildings in the zone, and you can see that you can barely see any circle on the minimap. Here is where it starts to get crazy as the blue zone comes in for its divine intervention.
Oh, I mean, and it could be so divine, right? That is what we want to see. Legends of War just breaking out of the mold, stepping up onto 12 eliminations. And now it's going to be up to Vibes and LaFlamme to show us what they've got. Can they secure themselves a strong finish? Savage is going to be posing quite a bit of a threat here to them, as is the rest of the Virtual Gaming Squad. So I think it's going to be between the two of them, right? Legends of War showing that determination to succeed over on Miramar. But Escanor could be a bit of a thorn in the side here, patiently waiting up on the top floor. Oh, and it's now just down to whoever gets the first shot.
And this is where the triangle does come through, right? That push onto Escanor has to happen from Leaders of War. But if they go for that push, it will mean they have to execute it in such a way that Virtual Gaming would not be able to come in for the third party, which is almost inevitable. So Virtual Gaming right now, they just have to be as patient as possible, allow that fight to go through as the zone already been to close up. That's kind of looking for that, and we're not quite able to find the third party as Vibes continues to lay the shots towards his direction. He's going to have to pull in for the Hughes strat.
Now the pressure is on, and that heel strat definitely not going to work out on Miramar, but up comes Legends of War. LaFlamme getting found out. Down goes the Escanor, and it's now down to Vibes and the 3-piece coming through from Virtual Gaming Squad.
He's just
you can
waiting.
see, oh, he has that on the edge. Finds the spray, and that is the ticket punch right then and there. What a crazy fight that it was, all the way to the finish. But we got to commend the players from Legends of War, stepping up with such an absolutely phenomenal performance, securing themselves an amazing finish, even though they went out in second place.
I mean, this is the best we've seen from Legends of War all 2 days now, you know, and I'm liking the fact that I'm seeing this from them. You know, the one game where they did not die early, they're doing well, or maybe not the one game anymore, but this time, you know, they're doing well now on Miramar, finding their footing, putting their minds into the rotations, and getting their minds into the fight. That is what we wanted to see from Legends of War. But Virtual Gaming Squad, I've got to say, this is a well-deserved winner chicken dinner, seeing just how well they've played today. I said it, this is the last game that they had to solidify their position on the board, and they've done it with style.
Yes, sir, they definitely did do it in style, and they went out in style as well. I mean, rocking 3 players all the way to the very finish. But I gotta say, it was quite interesting to see how that zone kept on moving around, right? I mean, well, it didn't do the way that I just showed it, but it's still, it kept on keeping these players and squads on their toes. I mean, I think the biggest upset here was the players coming through from Ocean on Fire, who already started their day off up in towards all the way down in towards Pareso, and then they had to move out to move all the way on back. If they had only known that there was no need to do any of that. But either which way, quite a bit of excitement coming through over on towards Miramar. As we know, for the teams over in Group D, this was their final match of the day. So whatever they've done up to this point, they have to hope that it has been sufficient. But of course, the rest of the squads still have one more game to go and bring in maybe a few more upsets, like we've been seeing be the case here.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we called out the African team saying that we actually wanted the next winner chicken dinner to go out to an African team. And Virtual Gaming Squad responded to that call, and they were able to show us what they've got. It was nice to see. And for the players there for Ocean on Fire, I think it just comes down to that anxiety that comes into the game, right? You know, when we're playing the game and you're in one position for too long, you kind of start feeling a little bit anxious, like, oh, I think we should move, right? And then, right, that movement kind of just cost them because they really shouldn't have just moved anywhere. But man, it was a fun-filled Miramar game as it just went haywire in a matter of seconds.
I mean, if we want to go for the Oceans of War, right, we're going to have to go then for Legends on Fire.
Fire.
You know, it's going to have to be either one of those two or maybe even both. But it was quite interesting to see as all the teams then kind of got forced together up in towards the southern edge, right? How everything just kept on going. And I mean, this is where we had that absolutely exceptional performance come through from Legends of War. I want to see more of that consistency, right? They've now proven that they are more than capable of bringing in such a phenomenal performance, but they have to do it again, right? And they still have one more opportunity to do exactly that.
Exactly. One more game for them to do it today. Solidify a better position on that leaderboard heading into tomorrow, which will be the final day of play. I mean, speaking of final days, right? Like, these teams, especially the ones from the Middle East regions, they have to put up enough points to catch up onto those players there on on the second position of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to have to do quite a bit of grinding. But we also got to commend the absolutely phenomenal strategic play coming through from Virtual Gaming Squad. I mean, as we saw now, right, they snuck their way into that lovely position down on the southern edge, just kind of staying quiet, inching forward. And then when the opportunity presented itself, they were just like, you know what, thank you so much. We'll just take that chicken dinner and clutch it from your hands. And I mean, that strategy paid off absolutely gloriously. But now we need to see just how all of this has impacted the overall plays and what these teams have done and what the situations are going to be looking at. So let's jump straight into the match standings, see what the points are looking like, and maybe if there are going to be any upsets.
Ooh. I mean, Legends of War had a very wonderful game, though. I mean, 12 elimination points, and they finished in second, putting themselves 24 points. They even got more points than Virtual Gaming Squad, who won the winner chicken dinner. Nice to see from Legends of War. We've been calling them out, saying we want to see them play well, and that is indeed what they've done today. Brute Force, only a couple of points put up on the board, but high for days. DK, slowly but surely, they're putting the numbers on the board.
Yeah, I mean, they climb in higher and higher over the past few days, right? Yesterday and today. But of course, now, as we know, right, Virtual Gaming Squad securing themselves those 20 points. I smell an upset coming in. We'll see just how much of an upset that is going to be. So in the meantime, let's jump across over into the Africa region points to see where the teams are currently situated in, or maybe we'll go into the Middle Eastern side, whichever way. I mean, we can go wherever it is. All right, so we're going into Africa. It is. Of course, we were asking, as you said before, right, for Africa to lock in a chicken, Virtual Gaming rising to the occasion, and now sitting on a very comfortable 91 points to their name. And you've said this already, right? An absolutely phenomenal performance, and this is them solidifying their angle.
Exactly. So you find that position, because if they actually, this is first place, right? With the next game, I don't think any other team can actually, like Smash Team or 911 would actually get as much points to actually get to that top one spot. So it's kind of solid that Virtual Gaming, they've solidified their position on that first place, finishing today's game, and I just love to see it.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful, glorious 28-point lead that we can see right there. But yes, now let's move a little bit closer on towards that Middle Eastern side to see what the point situation is. As we know, Team GQ, they weren't playing in this last match, but they are definitely going to be stepping out onto the battlefield. But it's still super close. Stalwart bringing in quite a bit of performance. Now, only 3 points behind Brute Force.
It's getting closer and closer. And I said it, right? Everybody's eyes are currently fixated on Brute Force because they're the only team that they're looking to get at least close to, right? Just 3 points now behind. Stalwart UAE, they're slowly creeping up onto that position. And man, I like what I'm seeing here, but I think X Team, this is the last game of the day. I think you guys need a winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, bring in an insane clutch like we've been seeing in our past 2 maps. But of course, now, speaking about insane opportunities, right? Let's pop into a quick bit of that trivia question, right? We have to keep everybody on their toes. Ooh, how many casters do we have on screen? That is a trick question, right? The answer definitely is not 3. That much I know.
DK, don't give it away. This is actually a huge one, right? And I want to see how many people are gonna get it wrong. Not actually how many people are gonna get it right.
Ooh.
But we'll be seeing one of those. We'll be seeing one of those suggestions going on in the chat.
Okay, I think with this question, only wrong answers are allowed. Only wrong answers are allowed, right? Let's make it interesting. I want to see how many wrong answers we can get. Right, so I mean, have fun with it, right? Of course, speaking about having fun with it, we are going to be hopping into a break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards with the answer to the very difficult trivia question, but of course, even more PUBG Mobile action.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey. They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Middle East Africa Wildcard Edition. My name is DK, and of course we got the one and only Mr. Crowns looking fresh right there on the edge. Crowns, we've seen a lot of action come through, right? 4 maps done and dusted, 1 more to go. I mean, what are we looking at here?
We are looking at the start of something new. We are looking at the teams that will potentially be playing in the PMPL 2023 spring. I'm telling you, we're looking at a whole bunch of excitement loading.
Yes, and of course, another thing that's been loading was the answer to our really difficult question that we had asked before. And as we said, only wrong answers are going to be accepted on that, right? So how many casters do we have on screen, right? So take out your calculators, take out your answer sheet, anything that you can find, right? I don't have a calculator, sorry. But the answer is 2. As we said, only wrong questions accepted. But yeah. Well done to Lonely Soul. I mean, that was all the way over on that was on the MENA chat. So well done, well played for that one. Of course, we had all our wrong predictions on the Africa side.
I don't agree. I count as 2 casters. The answer is not. Oh my goodness. Sure. Let's talk about the game, DK. We're about to enter into Erangel for the last time today. How are you feeling?
I mean, pretty excited to see. I mean, based on the upsets that we've been having so far today, of course, there's going to be a lot of excitement coming through in our very last game. We know that the players there from Team GQ are going to be stepping out onto the battlefield once again. They've already secured themselves that chicken dinner on the very first murmur of the day. And as we know, the chicken dinner on both Erangels yesterday. So the pressure is on. But I'm open to surprises, right? Maybe we could have somebody else look to step on up, as we did also then have the players from GQ getting taken out quite early on over on Sanok.
Yeah, exactly, but I don't think that's going to happen again, because one thing we know about GQ is like once they see a team doing well, they kind of get gingered, and that moment when they sit down to kind of analyze the lobby, they kind of know what to do. So I think we're going to see like a sandwich like we did yesterday, you know, brute force, close the day off for us, you know.
Yeah, speaking about closing the day off, let's take a quick look at that schedule as well. Of course, it is going to be match number 5. Group A, B, C, and E are going to be stepping up. And let's take a look at who is going to be sitting out, or as we know, right? Group D, they have played all 4 of their matches here for today. So it's all down to what our remaining groups can bring on through. Ocean on Fire, Blackjack, Darkness, and Virtual Gaming Squad having done all they can for their points here today. But of course, it is going to be 1 round, High for Days, Mad Knight, and Legend of War now rejoining us back out on the battlefield, and maybe bringing in a bit of an upset. But if I'm correct, I think I might have read that one wrong.
Yeah, and I think like a Group B coming back into the action too would actually be nice, you know, having to see brute force once again, because I'm keeping my eye out actually on them to see what we've got. X Team, Hive Mind, Wavy Sports, and Team GQ back into the action to come show us what they're made of. And like I said, I kind of called X Team out before we went on the break, because I said, X Team, I actually want to see you guys win a chicken, because, you know, they're the only team in the Middle East region that does not have a winner chicken dinner. And the only winner chicken dinner I've seen X Team win was a winner chicken dinner with 1 elimination.
I mean, speaking about winner chicken dinners, I just realized that I can't spell, right? Because, I mean, it was Group C and not Group E. right? I got distracted there for a quick brief moment. But either which way, yes, right? We want to see those winner chicken dinners come through indeed. And I mean, like I said, right, I'm open to surprises. I'm open to any team stepping up, bringing those upsets. We've already had, the players there from Legends of War come through with quite a substantial performance, as we just saw over on towards Murmur. But my question is now, who's going to be the team to do it next? I mean, the points are starting to rack up, and we're getting closer and closer, but the teams are also now starting to get a little bit more invigorated, right? They are bringing in that extra little bit of a performance, bringing in those extra few bits of, upsets. So I'm curious to see who's going to be those ones to step on up.
Yeah, exactly. And, with all of these teams from the PMNC semifinals already stepping up to the challenge today, we're kind of glad to see all of that. This is something that we really expected to see yesterday. It almost looked like bullying yesterday from the PMPL side. But today it does look like the PMNC semifinalists are just like, okay, guys, now we know what to expect. Now we are able to play with this level of competition. And I'm just glad to see that. That's the only thing that's making me happy today.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that one. And I think at this point, maybe we should take a look at those points again, right? Just to get a bit of an assessment as to where the teams are, how much work they need to do, and how close it actually is. Of course, we are going to be starting over on the Africa side of things. So let's take a look and see what the points are, just how these teams need to grind. Of course, we know, right, on each side, there are just a few amounts of slots available to move through into the 2023 season of PMPL. Now, as we've said, right, they are going to be having to utilize all these point systems, trying to get everything in as best they can. And we'll see where it's going to go. But of course, all of that then results to the standings, right? So let's take a look at the Africa standings and see where those teams are and just who's been doing the most. Of course, we saw this just before the break as well, right? Virtual Gaming Squad sitting now on a 28-point lead, but they have reached the end of their performance here today. Now it's the opportunity for a team like 911, Smash, Blackjack, and of course Hivemind to solidify, but it's still the opportunity for a team like One Round to close it up. I mean, they are literally on the same amount of points as Hivemind.
Yeah, and these two teams have been dancing all around this today, right? We see them go, Hivemind gets jumped up, then One Round gets jumped up, and that way they've just been switching and switching. And seeing the way both teams have been playing consistently today, I think they're going to probably give Blackjack Esports a run for their money, especially given that Federalians too. I mentioned them today. They've been having good games,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I think a team to watch out, right? Watch out for, rather, is going to be Legends of War, right? So they have to close that gap. But now looking at the Arabia side, or the Middle Eastern side rather, we can see players there, Honored Souls, right? They were sitting a little bit further down, but they had an amazing day. And as you pointed out before, X-Team, the only team going through from the Middle East that are yet to find themselves that winner chicken dinner. But I don't think that it's necessarily going to be on the cards here today.
Yeah, I don't know. They've not really shown us that they have what it takes to get that. So I'm looking forward to seeing them get that win. When we're talking about the overall standings before the game, we said that Virtual Gaming Squad is the only team in that top 4 that did not have a winner chicken dinner. But now they've added that to their pockets. And now they're seated comfortably in second place with one chicken dinner to themselves, representing and carrying that African flag very high on second place there.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be on though. I mean, we got still quite a few teams that are super eager, super hungry to secure those points. And of course, for those of our viewers that haven't figured it out by now, we'll explain the points, all the different scoreboards that we've got. So the two first ones that we looked at, the Middle Eastern one and the Africa one, those are with regards to slots. And the third one we just looked at, of course, that is for that prize money. And we've said this before, right? 17th to 20th place. It's worth only experience, right? That's it. It's only worth experience. You got to make it up into that 16th place if you want to try and secure yourself a share of that prize pool. And we see some teams really working very, very hard for that. So let's just take a look at that once again. Of course, it is going to be starting off with a glorious $9,000 for that pole position. But then after first, it drops down a little bit and gets into that $4,000 range. As you can see, of course, the teams now having to do quite a bit of work with all of that, right? Third place, also a pretty decent amount of moolah getting awarded there, with that fourth place then being worth 2,000. But I think here this is a good question to ask, Crowns. Which one would you settle for? Which slot? And you can't say pole position.
Oh, I can't say pole position?
No, because that's the obvious answer.
Oh, damn it. Can I pick two?
This is not a trivia question. It's a trick question.
Yeah, I think if I'm to pick one position here that I can take, I'll go with second, even though it's going to be a lot of pain. But yeah, $4,000. I'm kind of looking at what I could actually spend $4,000 on. You know, if I'm able to do well and do my negotiations well, I might be able to get a car. You know.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. But I'm curious to look at it as a perspective of a team, right? If you were a team, what would you invest that money in, right? Would it be potentially trying to upgrade your devices? Would it be maybe locking in a coach? You know, getting an analyst for the team to help assess and build the strategy? I mean, this money, even though for some teams it might not seem that much, this opens up several opportunities.
Yeah, exactly, right. And you know, if as a team, if you're able to like speak amongst yourself, realize that things, you know, would be better if you do X and Y, and you definitely put in the money to it. Because like you said, if you're going to be able to get a coach with that money, you know, like getting a coach will only mean things will get better for you. If you're going to get an analyst, you know, things like that going to get better for you. And I know there's a couple of players who might probably want to get themselves one of those new skins that we've got in the game too. If that's going to help your gameplay, go for it. You do you. But man, like I said, with $4,000, yeah, there's 4 of us on team. We could decide to like share it either way. You know, probably get a coach if we're able to afford one within that range, and you know, get better with our gameplay. Because man, I tell you, when you win the money, it gives you more ginger to keep playing.
Yes, sir. It does indeed. I mean, of course, at the end of the day, you want that motivation, right? So whatever it is that motivates you, I think you should maybe just try and, you know, see how you can incorporate that into your whole feature here. Of course, we are now just going to be waiting in anticipation to see where everything is going to be going. But let's jump into the tournament schedule to showcase everything that we can show you. I mean, and there's a reason why we're showing you all these graphics, right? We are not delaying. Actually, we're just informing you because, remember, there are trivia questions, right? So we're ensuring that we are giving you all the answers well in advance before we ask you tricky questions that might or might not be related to what is shown on screen, right? So this is to test your focus, right? But of course, now, speaking about that, we know that the plane is warming up. The players are on the plane, which is step 1, right? That's the important one. But yeah, then comes the question, right? Crowns, who are we putting where?
Yeah, I mean, so far so good. We've got the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad join us in that business economies section in the plane. I'm liking that because, you know, Team GQ occupying a whole lot of real estate here. You know, they're getting way comfortable, and I'm pretty sure they're gunning for that lounge spot, because if you get 4 winner chicken dinners, you're able to get that whole lounge. And if they get a winner chicken dinner on Sandhawk tomorrow, probably push them into that, you know, first class section. So just come chill with us, the big boys out here. But man, we're having so much fun. We're about to get into Erangel. What are you expecting?
Well, I've got a question first, right? So part of the you know, the food and beverages up in business economy class, right? Do you get a glass with an umbrella and a bit of pineapple on it, or is it just, you know, just normal?
No, I think you just get the glass with only maybe like a lime or fruit on top. I think the straw and the umbrellas, they come with the first class section. You have to be first class together like that.
There we go. Right, because I've lost my umbrella already. I don't know where it went. I mean, and the pineapple was delicious. But speaking about delicious, we are going to be looking at a very delicious flight path, potentially to come on through. And if this flight could leave me alone, that would be really appreciated. I mean, I guess it's maybe just one of those that wants to be on camera, right? Because it got a headshot, right? So, yeah, GG to this fly. It's looking absolutely amazing. But now we want to see where our teams are going to be moving in towards and what they are going to be having to struggle with. As we know, the answer on my side is flies because it's warm. But either which way, we are going to be welcoming all of you to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy 5-minute charging and 2 hours gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G, PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA for 2022.
Well, let's welcome you. And now the playing path, DK wanted it to be nice, but it is not nice. It's out there on that eastern edge, taking us all the way from the open fields of Stolba straight down to the waters of the Sosnovka military base. If you know what I'm talking about, you know it's way off on the east. Teams that are landing in Jojopo, Blackjack Esports, well, they're not in this game, which they'll be happy. But, you know, we know they like to land towards that Zaki area. Maybe they would have gone for their secondary drop split now. But still, it's not the best of flight paths. And we kind of see a hot drop looming around that Kameshki area as we have X team looking to land close to the side there of one round.
But this is where I'm curious to see as to where that zone's going to be going, right? Because if it moves down south, that would be a little bit of deja vu, right? I mean, definitely the flight path is not deja vu, but the zone could be. But I'm expecting something. I think, honestly, it's going to go one of two ways. Either it's going to circle up towards the eastern side, or maybe be a little bit crazy and take a swing towards the west, right? I mean, anywhere on the west would be fine, but I think those are pretty much two of the possibilities that we could be having for this next phase.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be down with something that's just going to be quite central. Yeah, there we go. Because really, like, I think they deserve it. The teams have actually had to play with so much either half zones or water zones and, you know, those deadly zones. And I think maybe to close off the second day of play, we get to see a less controversial zone, like a zone that everyone is kind of like, you know, used to, almost generic. But X team, they started with this hot drop. They already got one knock. It's one round, find himself on that disadvantage.
Ooh, but we're seeing a little bit of that hard drop potential come through as well. Aside from X Team and the players here from one round, getting right up close and personal, we also do have a little bit of action in towards the direction rather of Multa. But let's see what Timon is going to be able to get done right here. Ooh, here we go. The rush is on, but I mean, one round actually taking quite a bit of a spread out position here. So even though Wanted just got found, I don't think it's going to be putting too much pressure, as one round could still bounce back from this.
I mean, they're up as a 2-man now. I don't know, man. If I'm left to me, I'm telling one round to disengage from this fight. Kameshki is easy to get around, you know, because X team is not going to find it so easy to push up the hill. So if you're in Kameshki, one round, you might just get a vehicle, get out of there, because it's not looking nice. It's not looking in their favor right now. But X team able to do that defense so well. It's very, very wonderful to see.
Yeah, but of course, speaking about it, wonderful to see. We got some nades now getting flown all over the place. It is going to be the players here from Onnit, Soul, and Wave trying to fight for possession of Multa. Shroud now up on the roof. It's got a really good angle. Yaya just going to be standing there looking on, enjoying the blank wall in front of them. But they're waiting for the opportunity. It is going to be 7 Reef trying to send out the molly. But Shroud says, you know what, thank you so much. You were at the window, and DK said, stay away from the windows.
Yep, stay away from the windows. No one realized, but then that's one of the reasons why you want to stay away from the windows. Wavy Sports, I'm enjoying the way they're playing this one. They're playing it a little bit passively, quiet, forcing that push to come through from the side there of Honored Souls. And, you know, if they ultimately fall for that trap, well, it most likely just play in their favor. But I don't know, man. Yaya with the crossbow, that doesn't look like enough weapons to actually hold a 4v4.
Well, I mean, I'd say Wave definitely playing a lot more of a calculated approach here, right? Not necessarily anything other than that, but I love the push coming through there from Commander, trying to wrap up alongside them. We also then have a few visitors just rolling on through, looking to get themselves situated much deeper in towards this next zone. Of course, one of those teams being the players there from 90th minute, but it's going to be Mad Knight leading that rotation. And Wave still having an opportunity here. I would love to see a knock come through here from Allah with that crossbow, because that's something that I've not seen in a very long time.
If that happens, it's definitely a highlight of the day. Clip it. It's probably a highlight of the whole tournament, you know, because this is not something that we really see often. I'm actually so bad with that gun. And the thing with the crossbow is that the reload time is so long. So if you miss that first shot, that's GG's.
Yeah, I mean, you might get the first bolt sent out in the first zone, like where we are right now, and once you start reloading, the second one could only be sent out in phase 9, right? So
Hmm.
it takes quite a bit. So yeah, I think if we get a knock, that might be the first time that I've actually seen it in competitive PUBG.
Hmm. Trying to think, have I actually seen it? I don't think I have, but anyway, a little bit of a stalemate going on here between Wavy Sports, and I feel like Wavy Sports not moving too much because of that split landing that the side there of Honored Souls were able to execute when they, dropped together Archer in this position. But we saw this strategic waiting come through from Federalians yesterday, especially in the last game too. So we want to kind of see, is it actually going to pay off for them? It worked out well, at least till the Federalians kind of missed it off at the end, but is it going to work the same way for Wavy Sports today?
Yeah, but what I want to see here, though, for either of these teams, especially looking at Honored Souls, right? They have the opportunity to completely disengage,
Hmm.
right? And they're going to be expending so much time trying to get the angles. We saw this yesterday over into Pachinki. It took a minute, and then eventually the ball started rolling. But instead of playing into that, use the opportunity and maybe get yourself situated, right? Maybe push up towards, let's say, Potato Hill, because that currently is smack dab center zone.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, when we start to talk about like disengaging from fights, right? I kind of like the approach that Leaders of War have taken today. We saw them come through in the first game, changing their drop spots across, the Erangel, and then they went into the Miramar game. They changed their drop spots to, or maybe no, actually they stayed in Miramar, but going to Sandhawk, changed that drop spots, and now today in Erangel, we see them move away from that Pochinki where they have the hot drop, and now they've gone to school, which has been empty for the last 2 days. And I'm so glad that they come up with this conclusion, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to play for them in this game.
Yeah, hopefully it turns out well for them. But now it is going to be Commander pushing up with that M16. I just hope that they've taken it off of burst mode and just applying those quick fingers up on the trigger. In the meantime, it is going to be the players here from Stalwart UAE pushing in onto the squad from Smash Team, picking up that first knock, and Smash now still on their rotation are going to be looking to push on through. But here we go, Commander taps it out, gets the spray in. That is the first knock, and now it could be that snowball effect. But Wave doesn't seem all too concerned. The next knock comes in, and now they are down to 2.
It's so sad for the side of Wavy Sports. That man not quite able to get that that quiver of the crossbow to connect, as all 4 of them do get sent back into the lobby. And indeed, the patience paid off for the side there of Honored Souls, as they would get 4 eliminations and a great start to another Erangel game.
Well, a great start is definitely what you need, and now the opportunity still lies ahead. Who's going to be the one to rise to that occasion? Stalwart now having to decide, are they going to engage or are they going to run? But it seems like they're moving in. I mean, Stalwart, they've also been showing some pretty phenomenal consistency. They are coming into this match sitting on a grand total of 81 points, 48 of those being due to eliminations. That is the 3rd highest count with regards to elims that we see across the board.
Yeah, and it just goes to show just how well they've been doing. We've seen them; they're almost third-party kings right now in the lobby. Every single fight that people are taking, Stalwart UAE is somewhere around picking up those eliminations, picking up them as they get the knocks, and it's just nice to see. And they're putting up numbers on the board, just 3 points behind second place. I think they're actually gone in for that second spot.
Yeah, I think that's definitely on the cards here, but let's see where they're going to be looking to push that. Meanwhile, the players here from the Federalians starting the match off all the way in 13th position with 40 points to their name. Now having to, just go about their business up in the lovely Pachinki here, completely and utterly uncontested. And that's why Hamadi can afford to run out in the open and not being all too concerned. But as you said before, Legends of War, they've positioned themselves up in towards school. And again, an interesting position to take occupation of. But now we do see the players there from Brute Force starting to rotate in, pulling up in towards Rozok. That could result in a move up in towards school. And it's going to be Mad Knight just looking on. Agent 47 hoping for a bit of an opportunity here. But there we go. Oh, that quick break off now, splitting all over the place.
kind of like the trigger discipline coming through from both teams that are in the school area, you know, just kind of watching that rotation go through, understanding that, okay, this is still the early phase. People are actually trying to get into the circle. Let us just try to see how much information we can get. If this man holds that pin for too long, this player is going to get knocked and thirsted. Oh, come on. Didn't even connect.
Yeah, I mean, it was worth the shot, right? But now up comes that is the DBS, rather, in the hand of Busk, and you can see Shroud's just like, nope, nope. Oh, but unfortunately, they don't get away. Now the opportunity lies in wait for Commander. Busk already taking a little bit of damage on that one. Well, I'm lying. They took quite a lot of damage. But will they be able to bounce back? Speaking about bouncing back, there's a Flame in a bit of an opportunity in towards that center zone, as you can see. But here we go, Busk. Oh, we did see that spray come through yesterday with the with the DBS, and there we have it.
The tiniest part of your body is all that needs to be shown, and I'm pretty sure it took that those bullets to the behind. But that being said, a wonderful play coming through from BSK with the DBS. I don't like the fact that he did let his teammate bleed out, but man, that man chased that player, telling him, "Why are you running? Why are you running?" Chasing him out with that DBS. Just love to see that one.
Yeah, it was definitely Biscay with a risque shot, but now it is going to be Zakaria trying to snap onto Thanos there, utilizing that hard cover. Oh, nice head spray coming in there. But up comes Bra. Up goes the Bra, and beautiful hit. Zakaria getting knocked on down.
Definitely not the way I would have expected this fight to go, especially from 90th minute. They've been a little too sloppy, if I'm watching this correctly. Shroud doesn't look like he would get revived. Very close to that player. He's gonna get thirsted, but man, Honor Souls holding on their end here. But I'm still saying the 90th minute being a little too sloppy on this engagement. Nice nade.
Oh, sorry, you said what?
Swallow my words. Swallow my words. Just
well,
like that, man,
phenomenal nade. Yeah, that was an absolutely phenomenal nade. I mean, now it is all reliant solely on Thanos, looking to see whether or not they are going to stick around or disengage, looking to get themselves situated. If they're looking for rotation, they're going to have a pretty tough time, as there are several teams lying in wait just up ahead. But it does seem like Thanos is now trying to put a little bit of distance in between themselves, and 90th minute moving on through. But yeah, we got to commend that nade. It was absolutely phenomenal, on point, beautiful. And now comes the hit, and that's Thanos.
Why are you running? Why are you running? And I think this is just a perfect example of karma, you know? We're just chasing all the players out of neuter power. I'm sorry, out of neuter, and just taking them back into the lobby. Ooh, the men, the myths, the legends. GQ up on the screen here. It's unusual to see GQ in 12 minutes into the game with 0 eliminations, don't you think, TK?
Yeah, but I think they're busy concocting up a plan or something, right? Like, something's gonna happen, especially with them now trying to come in on this western side, making their way through Pachinki. And that means they're probably heading in a direction of Potato Hill, potentially, or somewhere in that vicinity. Or maybe even they could be pushing towards school, right? They could still divert in either direction. But let's see whether or not they are going to be receiving a warm welcome, as we do have Legends of War positioned just ahead of them.
Legends of War holding that split out there around the school area is a nice play from them. Find themselves comfortable on that northwestern edge of the circle. It's a question of would they be able to play that well, or would they be able to, because this is relatively new area for them. You know, coming from Pochinki, you wouldn't normally rotate to that part of the circle, you know, but now they're playing it from new angles. It's now chaos actually on Potato Hill.
Yes, sir. And of course, if you missed the beautiful DBS shot, that's
nasty.
all you need. You just need the bag. You know, that is how physics work. If your backpack is visible, it counts as a body part. And that's all that is said about it. Thanos, of course, also getting taken out right there. But now we have the opportunity here for Brute Force to try and leverage the slight bit of elevation, as you said and pointed out. Players there from GQ not finding any elims. Instead, they have found one of their players all the way back in the lobby.
Maybe a rough start for them, but you know, we saw this earlier today. They lost one player early on in the game, but that did not stop them from doing better in that whole entire game. So yeah, I'm not too concerned right now. And I like the fact that they're pulling away, because they can see what team they're up against on Potato Hill, right? And a quick disengage from there is just nice. But right now, for the side of GQ, it's almost like running from the devil to the angel you don't know, as they're just running straight into the hands of the players there from Leaders of War.
Nice save on that one, but here we go. It's going to be Cool Boy alongside the rest of the squad looking for a bit of an opportunity. And speaking about opportunity, Legends of War have been creating several opportunities for themselves in the past few matches, but will they be able to replicate those efforts once more? Of course, Desert Flame, one of the teams we are still waiting for to surprise us and put us in awe. Now, having to bring it through, only 25 points in total, starting this match off all the way in 19th position. Definitely something's got to give.
Yep. And I said, you can tell that many of these teams are gone in for that prize pool money. Nobody wants to actually be sitting down out there, not getting so much money. And Legends of War, given the performances they had today, they know that going into tomorrow, they have so much confidence, so much experience going into tomorrow. And I'm so glad that so many of these teams are adapting to the style of play coming through in this lobby.
Well, let's see who's going to be bringing in all the necessary adaptation, as the zone now is going to be moving further down to that southwestern side. Brute Force just chilling up in Potato Hill. If someone listened to me in the early game, they would have been in prime position. Wow, look at that. Ice Savage with a nice looking buggy. I mean, right? they just balling, right?
With the balls on the tires, love it. Like, man, it's actually a very nice buggy. Like, look at, I'm like, how did I miss that drop?
Well, I can tell you, I definitely missed that one. But either which way, it's going to be Toffee now looking to not miss out on anything, as they are on the very edge, trying to decide whether or not they should push straight in towards zone. But of course, there's going to be none other than PO coming through with the sprays, trying to make a little bit of that pressure go away. But are they going to find it though? Brute Force loving the positions here. They've already found that one knock. Are they going to be finding more? It is going to be Tay now taking quite a bit of damage, and that is all that's needed as they get sent on their merry way. Ooh, here we go. High for Days also now going to be coming right under the scope.
Man, I just love the defense coming through from Brute Force on the top of Potato Hill out here. They're holding up so well, using their angles to their advantage, and it's working out so nicely for them. Already up to 2 elimination points up in this game. You can tell that they're in for a nice game. And we know Brute Force, when they start having good games like this, or like good starts to games like this, it's going to be a good game.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's hope it is. But already 4 elims up, leading the push with the eliminations. But one round. Got a very decent setup close to center zone. Still holding on with their 2 players. Not found any elims just yet. But Desert Flame now starting to light it up, as we can see just on that mini map. That is, of course, the team in gray. There they are moving around. Legends of War moving up as well. It's going to be Knight now getting found out, and that is very, very troubling for one round.
Man, they've had a tough time in this whole game. Starting from that hot drop that they had up there in Kameshki, and now trying to find a position in that circle is not going so well for them. Iflex has to run for that redirect. It's very risky. Man, looking at that eastern side of the zone, and look at the splits coming through from forward. It's outrageous.
Yeah. I mean, it is quite a bit of a split, but sometimes you need to think out of the box, right? I'm not quite sure if that counts as thinking out of the box, but we'll find out soon enough. And they do have the players there from Mad Knight and X-Team held up alongside there. Meanwhile, over on towards Potato Hill, it's going to be Brute Force. Still looking to ensure a few eliminations along the way. We can see GQ now trying to find a bit more of an opportunity for it, but that could spell a little bit of disaster, as you can see Neo's now still having a beautiful position on them.
Man, Brute Force taking the advantage to the most, right? On the top of that hill, using so much high ground advantage and information gathered to just override the lobby right now. It's interesting to see, but GQ, I feel like they focus too much on rotation in this game because they've just been moving all game and they've not been finding a good spot. They just keep getting taken out. Now they're up against the aliens on the west.
I mean, let's be honest, right? They are still leading by about, what, 33 points? Somewhere in that ballpark. Maybe even 43. Yeah, it's 43 points, right? My math fighting me there for a quick second. But either which way, Hopefully, Hive Mind's math doesn't fail them, as they are going to be in a 4v2 altercation. You can see PO now just getting themselves primed and ready to roll, ensuring that there's enough ammunition in that magazine. But Narco on the front line, DBS, that is what you kind of need. Oh, but that nade, this could be it. Out comes PO rushing on forward. Oh, gets one, gets almost two. But Narcos closes the door shut in their face. And that is what we love to see.
This is sloppy play coming through from GQ. Where are the rest of his teammates? This man was able to get 1.5 knock, if that's what I can call that. But there comes the cavalry as they get one more knock. Toffees is going to be the man here to kind of put in the bullets in the body of Narcos as he continues on with the push. It's now a 2v2 as Team GQ looking to just like get their points in this game. Oh, Papa.
Yeah, and of course, we are going to be adding in that blue zone as well. You know, the teams can't have all their fun out in the open. And of course, Toffees steps on up and closes it up as the players from Hive Mind get sent on their merry way. Here we have both Be Safe up high, trying to reach into the Smash team. Smash, of course, still having to relocate back into that zone.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for them, given this high ground position held by Stalwart. And now, you know, one round being there, Brute Force also finding their way somewhere to that northern side. It's going to be a whole lot of trouble. Ban already does go down. Lilouch using that as an excuse to get into the circle. But Blacklost has to either get that revive or run on his feet. And he goes for the ladder, which is not going to work out well for him.
Oh, but here we go. It's going to be no mistake. Trying to play it out. Lelouch getting hit. Be safe. Oh, with the headshot. Well freaking played. That was amazing.
Don't pick me, bro. That's what that man is telling him. Stop it. Don't do that. That's bad manners. And he's telling him, sending him back into the lobby. Wonderful. The split on that northern side. One round. Not going to like that one coming through from Brute Force.
Well, amazing, amazing play. But of course, it is going to be the players here from Legends of War now trying to find that position on towards the Federalians. Meanwhile, Winterfall is down on their knees, hoping for a bit of that res to come through. But why not? We'll be keeping up the pressure. As the players here from Stalwart are still leveraging that spread. And so far, it's paying off really well for them. But of course, now Brute Force also still a team to watch as they're moving in from those northern territories. Applying even more pressure on towards one round. And now taking aim at Stalwart. And this is where things are going to get super challenging.
Yeah, very, very challenging for all of these teams, especially for the ones on the south. You know, 911, Legends of War, Federalians, they all have to move to the north. And the north is complete high ground, which means every team that is on that northern side can see as they're trying to make that ascent to the top of the hill, which is a lot of trouble.
Yep, quite a bit of trouble indeed. But here we go, Brute Force now continuing with their barrage. Just playing all the angles, looking to find that extra little bit of spice. But of course we can see E-Flex now just holding up in the little shack here. This is quite the troubling play. And I'm expecting that major rush to come in. But it is going to be the players there from 911. Now finding themselves in quite a bit of trouble here as two of their players has been knocked down. It is all now relying solely on 47 Eagle. And with that, the shots connect on through and they get sent on their merry way as the blue zone, as you said before, waits for nobody. But 5 teams now remain here, Crowns.
And 4 out of those 5 teams are up as a full squad. This is going to be a full showdown to kind of end this game today because, man, full squads everywhere and everybody doesn't want to give up. But it's trouble on the south for the side of Federalian, Stalwart Esports, spotting that last player. And the grenade will send him back as we're down to the final 4. Leaders of War have to be the next in line on the side of Stalwart.
Yeah, absolutely glorious play. But here we go. Be Safe looking to go at it once again. Finds one, finds two. Oh, there we have it. Vibes now. Just lying in wait up ahead. E-Flex not going to go down without a fight. Instead, is going to be looking to send out a few of those utilities. They want to reach in with a grenade and maybe pick up a free, easy elimination. But now Be Safe just up ahead. Oh, that nade explodes so close to them. Why not going to be keeping that pressure up? And Stalwart now already sitting on 14 eliminations to their name. Definitely looking to step up that level of gameplay.
And I think Brute Force, that was the time to actually capitalize on this much information that they have on the map, right? They hear the shots going everywhere, and none of those shots are coming towards them, which means they have the advantage, but they're not making use of it. Stalwart, on the other hand, up to 15 elimination points. They are building up the momentum. They're on fire.
Yes, sir. Definitely building it up. But will they be able to push all the way through to the very, very finish? No mistake now. Going to be trying to send out that nade. Legends of War again with a very, very acceptable performance, making it well up into the top 5. And as we know, this is some decent placement territory, right? First place with 15, second place with 12. So fourth place, whoever falls next, is going to be walking away with those 8 placement points to their name. And maybe it could be on the cards here for no mistake, but they have to do as their name suggests and make no mistakes in this final few phases.
That solo player from one round, he needs to get taken out by the side of Brute Force. And I wonder why Brute Force is actually taking so much time to take out that solo, because they're aware of that position. But I don't know why they're not deciding to go for that, for that elimination yet. But it's going to be quietness going through in the lobby with so much domination of the zone going over to the hands of Brute Force.
Oh, well, we've got a 4-way split coming in. Now, by looking at it like this, right, we can't miss anything, right? So if you ever wanted to see all the angles being covered, well, there you go. All 4 final teams remaining, trying to make a bit of a stand here. And I mean, it is right on the very edge.
And yet another game where we might be heading into that 8th and final circle of PUBG Mobile. Grenades and Molotovs being sent onto the side there of E-Flex, but this man is anti-throwables right now, as none of them look to be connecting or even getting close to his position, where he cannot leave, as that solo slate there from Leaders of War drawing closer and closer, gets spotted by his side there of Brute Force, as we're now down to the final 3 teams.
Oh, and I mean, the stakes cannot be higher. I mean, this is one round being such a legend here that they can occupy top left and bottom left and top right all at the same time. But that just shows you what the stakes are, right? I mean, it is so extremely high. Brute Force already sitting on 9, looking to make it 10, but instead it is going to be E-Flex to find that one there as Schoolboy goes down. Oh, and up comes the hit. It is Brute Force securing their second chicken dinner, keeping to the pattern that we saw just yesterday. The team who picks up the chicken dinners on Erangel just keeps that momentum going.
The sandwich is complete. The final bread, the final bun has been added to our burger here, and it is actually complete. Man, Brute Force, you've got to enjoy what they did. Although I'm paying, I feel like they could have ended with a little bit more elimination points, but still, a winner chicken dinner with over 10 elimination points, I love that. That is impressive to see from them.
Yeah, man, they're just keeping the dream alive, right? That is what Brute Force does, and I mean, they just showed you, right, that with a little bit of Brute Force, you can get yourself 2 winner chicken dinners.
And very impressive with that winner chicken dinner. They're definitely pushing themselves up the top of that leaderboard. They were looking 3 points behind. Now they're gonna skyrocket to the top.
Oh yes, I mean there's no disputing that. I mean, starting off the match with 84 points, that is what you want to go for. I mean, they had to try and lock in at least 7 points to sit on par with Virtual Gaming. And as we saw, of course, they went over and above that. So an absolutely phenomenal performance coming through from Brute Force. But I'm excited to look at our highlights from this past match. We can see the teams just getting ready and going about their business. I mean, it started off so unexpectedly, right? I mean, cool, calm, collected, a nice little bit of an altercation up in towards Malta. Who would have known that it would have resulted in the finish that we just saw?
Yeah, I know, right? And many of those teams wouldn't have even figured out that that zone would actually go towards that farm area, or the northern edge of the farm. It's almost like the last game we saw yesterday in Erangel, and with early engagements coming in through, you would think that there will be no one left to fight at the end. But going to the end, the last phases, we saw teams with full squads.
Oh man, but full squads doesn't mean all too much just yet, as we've definitely seen the players here from Team GQ, right? They like to kind of just upset the standard. Even though they might have 1 or 2 players left, they just come rushing in. Even when it feels like the odds rather are stacked against them, they just double down and they risk it for all of it. And now, look at these players, though. I mean, yeah, it was. Be safe, just reminding everyone.
Very nasty. And man, this fight coming through from Stalwart UAE, I've got to give them their flowers because they had a swell game in this last one, getting up to 15 elimination points up on board. You could just see them timing their push, right? And that was just wonderful, knowing what to say. This was one thing we were commending yesterday, knowing who to push first and how to push them was absolutely wonderful. Eflex not quite able to get himself any elimination. I don't think he got any elimination in that game, as everything did get stolen by the guys there from Brute Force. But we'll see that with the match rankings when they're ready.
Yeah, I mean, so far I love the increase that we have been receiving, right? Day 1 was exciting, but day 2, I mean, the guys just bringing it in. Just doubling down on all those efforts. And I mean, that makes me excited to see what we're going to be having stepping into that day number 3, right? I mean, if you follow the trends, it's looking pretty dang positive on that one. But let's hop over into those scoreboards and see what the point situation is. Of course, we are going to be starting with our usual suspects, right? It is going to be the match standings, and of course Brute Force walking away with 26 points, but Stalwart with those 15 eliminations securing themselves 25 points.
Yeah, and that is just wonderful. One round, even given the fact that they only got 1 elimination point, 13 points in total, it's enough to actually push them into that top 5, because Hive Mind and 1 round, they had the same amount of points before we headed into this game. But now with 1 round outperforming them, it means 1 round will put themselves in that top 5 position for the Africa region.
Yeah, and of course we can see the players there from Honored Souls ensuring themselves at least 6 points, right? This is again where that 1 point being awarded per elimination does pay some dividend here. And it's doing what they needed to just try and secure a decent finish. I mean, coming into the match, they were sitting on 45 points all the way up in 11th. And this just does solidify their point a little bit more so. But of course, as we now get ready to look and see what's happening across the pond over on the African standings, rather. I mean, the teams have really brought in some amazing upsets here. And we just want to see what that last bit is going to bring on through.
Yeah, exactly. And man, I even thought Brute Force was going to run away with it. But Stalwart UAE, they got 25 points and they were following closely. We'll see that once that is ready. But still, let's talk about Africa first. 1 round, that good game, up to 3rd place. Love it.
Yeah, I mean, that's all they need, right? Just 1 round. That's it, right? It's all in the name. It's right there. You cannot miss it. So absolutely phenomenal performance coming through. But of course, Virtual Gaming Squad doing quite a bit of work out here as well today. But let's now progress over on towards the Middle Eastern overall standings to see what that point situation is. Of course, some pretty tough contenders coming through here. It is Stalwart UAE on 106 and Brute Force just 4 points ahead of them.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, right? Because before we went into that game, Brute Force was 3 points ahead. And then in this last game, both teams had 25 and 26 points, respectively. So, nobody is quite letting go of that position. You can tell, and Brute Force knows this, that every team is gunning for their position, and they realize that they cannot be caught slacking.
Yeah, definitely no opportunity for that slacking. But of course, now let's take a look at the overall standings, right? To see where the money's at, right? Where those price breakdowns are going to be going. And of course, look at that. Absolutely insane, right? We see quite a bit of dominance now being shown up at the top of the leaderboard coming through from our Middle Eastern teams. But of course, Virtual Gaming Squad, they are still repping, therefore, the lovely Africa edge as well, right? 91 points to their name. But that closes the gap a little bit. As we know, of course, Virtual Gaming Squad, they were playing in this last match, but still putting in the necessary work. And you can see that gap sitting there. I mean, this creates a bit of that bit of a step up, right? Only, what's that, 15 points to move up, catching up towards Stalwart UAE. And then it's only 4 points from there and only 28 points, right? It is not 70-something points anymore.
Exactly. And I like the fact that the Middle East teams were able to, in fact, all the teams in the lobby were able to close that gap, not letting GQ run away with all of the points, man. 9-1-1, just that last game that they have, able to put them in a good spot in 5th position is just nice to see. I mean, there's a little bit of a difference though, but I'm just liking what I'm seeing from all of these teams. But before we leave, Legends of War able to push themselves to 14th place. with 48 points. That is just nice. They started today in 19th with only 9 points. This was actually wonderful to see from Legends of War.
Yeah, really, really good play coming through there from Legends of War. And I mean, that makes me excited to see what they're going to be bringing in come day 3, right? Because day 1, off to a little bit of a bumpy start. Day 2, picking up the momentum, figuring out what works. And now come day 3, I want to see Legends of War just utilizing all the information that they've been able to find across the way. But I think on that, right, we've had an absolutely exceptional day 2. And of course, all that is left to do is to step and see what day 3 is going to be bringing in. So with that, Crowns, do you have any last words?
I just wanted to say this tournament is brought to you by Oppo Reno 8 5G. Enjoy 5 minutes of charging with 2 hours of gameplay with the Oppo Reno 8. Oppo is PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA 2022.
I mean, there we go, right. Crowns has said it all, so there's only one thing left to do for us to close the show. So big thank you to everyone for tuning in today. Mad respect going out to all our teams for being absolute legends. And of course, on that, we look to see all you legends back again tomorrow as we continue with day number 3. Same time, same place, and even more PUBG Mobile action. Stay fresh, stay frosty. See you all back again tomorrow.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.